Chapter 1762. The woman narrowed her eyes. That's right. This was the most suspicious. There must be another plot behind the extraction of the fire seed. Suyu couldn't be bothered with him. Instead, he asked the General Cabinet Master, "Do you think that a barbaric civilization in the Sea of Constellations can produce a corpse tribe capable of absorbing the fire seed? What about the other civilizations?" Everyone was taken aback. Speaking of which, the corpse race wasn't born out of thin air. Instead, they rode ancient stars and passed through the void to arrive. They had never thought about whether or not the foreign civilizations had the corpse race. "You've seen him before?" the chief pavilion master asked solemnly. Suyu nodded. "Yes, I have. They are in the Beishan Wang Cauldron, and they belong to different corpse clans." Looking around at them, Suyu sighed and said, "So, do you understand why I must help the corpse clan absorb the fire seed in your bodies?" When the intelligent ones heard this, they immediately understood. The two pavilion venerables, the Purple Dream Sovereign and the Snow Dragon Sovereign, looked at each other. They all sighed and bowed to Suyu. Young Master Su's breadth of mind truly makes us feel ashamed. This was especially the case for the Purple Dream Divine King, who felt even more ashamed. In the past, she had trusted Suyu so much, but now, she had doubted him. The chief pavilion master also stood up, cupped his fists and bowed. "Brother Su's breadth of mind is just as I've seen it in the past. I'm extremely impressed." Only the female cabinet venerable remained stubborn. She frowned and said, "Why are you thanking him? Is a mere junior worthy of our sovereign realm experts bowing to him? You with the surname Su, aren't you ashamed to accept it? Yaroji, after this, go into seclusion for 3,000 years to temper your mind," the chief pavilion master said lightly. Purple Dream Monarch explained helplessly. "Pavilion Master Yaroji, have you ever thought that the fire seed in our bodies is still there? If another group of strange corpse race comes, will they still take away the fire seed gently like today? No, they will kill us first, then take away our tinder, and finally turn us into their slaves to conquer the next civilization. At that time, who will persuade the corpse race to take the fire seed in a friendly manner? Not harming a single living creature? You or me?" Upon hearing that, the female pavilion venerable's expression turned grave. It was only then that she realized Suyu's intentions. He was doing this for the sake of the entire Sea of Constellations civilization. This matter had nothing to do with him, but he still put in so much effort to do it. Who possessed such a breadth of mind that cherished the common people? No wonder even the chief pavilion master bowed to him. However, even though he understood, Yaroji could not swallow the resentment from that day. He snorted and said, "All of you speak up for him," he said. "I am." With that, he flicked his sleeves and left. The chief cabinet master said to Suyu apologetically, "Yaroji is too engrossed in his training, so he doesn't have enough experience in dealing with people." Suyu didn't take it seriously. He's just a stubborn old antique. As the group conversed, they quickly extracted the fire seed. Half a day later, the extraction of the fire seed was complete. Su. Back then, he had been injured by the Emperor corpse, and the corpse energy lingered in his body, gradually turning him into a corpse. Then, it's all up to the corpse kings. The chief cabinet master looked at the 9 corpse kings standing side by side behind Suyu and sighed emotionally. He be. He Su, not. Of him, he. Master. Of the pavilion master of the Su, I master. He. Of. You master. Of. The chief pavilion master nodded and began to refine the venom. A day later, the sky above the castle was dark. It was full of venom. The Pearl Corpse King exclaimed. "The venom of the Su is stronger than that of the 9 great corpse kings. Fortunately, it has been 30,000 years and it has weakened. Otherwise, it would be useless." After some effort, the corpse aura that had accumulated in the chief pavilion master's body for a long time was finally cleansed. "Ha ha ha. I never thought I would recover. My friends from the corpse clan, thank you." The chief pavilion master was overjoyed. He thought he would die after 300 years, but he was relieved of 30,000 years of bad luck. Zhu Ji smiled and said, "You should be thanking my husband. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have bothered to heal you." The chief pavilion master was not angry. He chuckled. "Yes, Su Yu is my benefactor. My meeting at the ancient dream altar was the turning point of my fate." At the mention of the ancient dream altar, Su Yu thought for a moment and took out a golden alms bowl that was emitting an amazing Buddha's light. As soon as this item appeared, the 9 corpse kings retreated in shock. Their bodies involuntarily emitted black venom as they screamed in horror. Zhu Ji looked pained. "Husband, take it back. We can't take it anymore." Su Yu was surprised. He had only taken it out, so how could it cause such great damage? He hurriedly put away the alms bowl, looking apologetic. The chief pavilion master was stunned. "Is this the relic of the faceless Buddha?" Su Yu nodded. "Yes. It has been suppressing the corpse emperor. When the corpse emperor was born, he wanted to take this away, but I got it first." "Chief pavilion master, do you know what this is?" The only thing that had not been solved was the alms bowl. The chief pavilion master was deep in thought. "I think this is a legendary doctrine artifact." Doctrine artifact? Su Yu felt the name was familiar. The chief pavilion master said, "It is the artifact used by the Pathmaster. It is far superior to the real Emperor-level divine weapons that we know of. An artifact of a higher level than an Emperor-based saint artifact." Su Yu was shocked. The rest of the corpse kings also looked jealous. However, the doctrine artifact is very special. Apart from the owner of the doctrine artifact, no one else can use it. The chief pavilion master said, "Because every doctrine artifact is refined by the Pathmaster from the great way of heaven and earth." Su Yu was disappointed to hear such an answer. The chief pavilion master laughed. "Why are you disappointed? Even if you can't use it, the doctrine artifact's own attributes are superior to real Emperor-level divine weapons. For example, the Buddha's power of this alms bowl. With this thing protecting you, the corpse king of the one-crowned emperor won't dare to approach you. Even the corpse king of the two-crowned emperor may not be able to do anything to you." This was barely a consolation. "Since the chief pavilion master is safe and sound, I will return to the corpse clan to make arrangements. In order to prevent a rift between the two sides, the corpse clan should leave the Sea of Constellations as soon as possible." The chief pavilion master smiled. "Thank you." The chief pavilion master watched Su Yu leave, but Su Yu stood motionless and looked at him deeply. "Chief pavilion master, I seem to have forgotten something." He was startled. After thinking carefully, he said, "Are they Brother Su's 2 friends? It's very strange. I have ordered people to search the entire Sea of Constellations. The 2 people you mentioned are not there. Disappeared." Su Yu's heart sank. Xia Jingyu and Shunga had left the ancient dream altar first. Why would they disappear? Could it be the Emperor's corpse? Zhu Ji asked. Su Yu pondered. The Emperor's corpse was the most elusive of the 3 great corpse kings who had awakened. No one knew where the Emperor's corpse was. It was possible that it was done by him. "Then I will think of another way," Su Yu said. He had tried to revive the 2 of them, but it was ineffective. This meant that their lives were not in danger, so Su Yu was not too worried. "Then the mess in the Sea of Constellations will be handled by the chief pavilion master," Su Yu said. During the confrontation between the 2 clans, there had been many who were disloyal to the alliance of living beings. It was imperative to purge them. The chief pavilion master's eyes darkened, and he nodded slightly. "Don't worry, I will. But you have to be careful." There was a hidden meaning in his words. Su Yu and the 9 corpse kings returned to the corpse clan's army. "Now that we have the flame, let's leave the Sea of Constellations as soon as possible," Su Yu suggested. Zhu Ji was surprised. "Aren't you coming with us?" Su Yu shook his head. "I am in trouble. It's better to stay away from you." Zhu Ji laughed. "With the protection of the 9 corpse kings, what trouble can't be solved? Even 90 corpse kings can't protect me." Su Yu smiled helplessly. Being targeted by the sinful lady, the divine warriors of heaven and earth couldn't solve the problem at all. "Don't doubt my words," Su Yu said. "You go and settle the group of corpses. I want to be alone for a while." Zhu Ji wanted to say something but stopped. She still listened to Su Yu and left silently, leaving Su Yu alone in the tent. The sea of constellations had been settled, and it was time for Su Yu to leave. If the sinful lady arrived, it would be too late. Corpse King Su Yu, I have something important to report. Suddenly, a corpse came in from outside the tent. Su Yu said, "Come in." An ordinary-looking corpse in broken armor walked in and said, reporting to Su Yu, "Corpse King, we found some creatures whose fire seeds have not yet been extracted. Perhaps they are the remnants of the alliance of living beings. They are still eyeing us covetously. How should we deal with them?" Su Yu paced and said, "Is that so? That's difficult. If we don't handle it properly, it will easily lead to misunderstandings and a war." After thinking about it, Su Yu felt that the situation was serious and walked out of the tent. "You wait here. I will summon the 9 corpse kings to discuss it." He walked to the entrance of the tent and passed by the corpse who reported. But at the moment when his shoulder passed by, Su Yu's body stiffened, and a strong sense of alarm rose in his heart. The long-lost feeling of facing death reverberated in Su Yu's chest. Corpse King Su Yu. The corpse who reported had an inscrutable expression, and even his tone became mysterious. "You, who seized control of the corpse clan and planned such a great war, have to discuss such a small matter with the 9 corpse kings? Or have you guessed who I am and are in a hurry to escape?" He put his hands behind his back and said slowly. Despite the constant warning signs in his heart, Su Yu's expression was as calm as ever. With his back to him, he said, "No matter how sensitive your mind is, you can't escape the eyes of the Emperor Corpse." The two turned around at the same time and faced each other at a close distance, less than 3 feet away from each other. Just now, the corpse was still humble, but in the blink of an eye, it became domineering. Looking at him, Su Yu felt a terrible pressure. "I should be the one to say that." The Emperor Corpse said lightly, "Even if the pearl is in front of you, you may not recognize me." "Your eyes are really unique." Su Yu chuckled. "It's not that my eyes are unique, but I happen to know a characteristic of the Emperor Corpse." "Oh, tell me about it." The Emperor Corpse was calm, as if looking at a mouse before death. Su Yu said leisurely, "I have a friend who once cut off the index finger of the Emperor Corpse 30,000 years ago, and your right index finger happens to be incomplete." Chapter 1763. The Emperor's corpse lowered his right hand from behind his back. Sure enough, his index finger was missing. "One finger exposed me. I really didn't expect it." The Emperor's corpse laughed. "Your friend from 30,000 years ago was the female pavilion master of the Star Pavilion, wasn't she?" Su Yu said lightly, "It doesn't matter who she is. What's the point of showing up now? The war is over, and all the souls of the Constellation C civilization have been extracted. It doesn't matter whether you are here or not," Su Yu said slowly. "Haha, young man, you are still too naive," the Emperor's corpse said lightly. "Who said the souls of the Constellation C civilization are worthless? Only by transforming them into the Corpse Clan can our Corpse Clan continue to grow and conquer more civilizations." Su Yu slowly stepped back and said, "The general trend is irreversible. You can't succeed in the Constellation C civilization." He secretly crushed a jade butterfly in his sleeve and sent a message. The message went directly to the Life Alliance and could inform Huangfu Liang instantly. The Emperor's corpse said with a smile, "Do you think only Zhuji has her own confidant?" Bang! Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. An ominous premonition shrouded his heart. Poof! The sound of annihilation came from behind. The message was destroyed by a strong man. Su Yu's pupils shrank when he turned around. A creature with a dog's head leaned against the entrance of the tent with an evil smile and looked at Su Yu. "Young man, if you escape from the hands of the divine warriors of heaven and earth, you will be a laughingstock." Another divine warrior of heaven and earth. Su Yu felt vaguely familiar. That breath was the corpse dog. Su Yu suddenly remembered the corpse dog that appeared when he rescued Lan Yu and the others near the main pavilion of the Star Pavilion. Was this divine warrior of heaven and earth in the Constellation Sea at that time? Su Yu's mind turned quickly, thinking of countermeasures. He had never faced 2 divine warriors of heaven and earth at the same time. In particular, one of them was the famous Emperor's corpse. In front of him, Suyu had no doubt that even if he was the divine warrior of heaven and earth, he would not be able to fight back. Suyu's eyes turned slightly, and he said in a low voice, "You didn't just show up to kill me, did you?" If he really wanted to kill Suyu, he would have killed Suyu the moment they met. To the Emperor's corpse, it would be a piece of cake. The Emperor corpse smiled. "To be more precise, I came to kill you after learning that you chased away the corpse Emperor. However, after seeing your scheme, I began to cherish your talent. It would be a pity to kill you like this or turn you into a corpse race without intelligence." Suyu's heart moved slightly. "Then, you want to become my slave?" The Emperor corpse clasped his hands behind his back and said, "This king has never taken slaves. You are an exception." In his opinion, Suyu might be more valuable than a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Suyu's gaze shifted as he spread out his hands and said helplessly, "It seems like I have no other choice. Haha, I like smart people like you. You can save this king a lot of saliva." The Emperor's corpse smiled faintly. He rubbed his right wrist and produced a pitch-black mud ball. He threw it to Suyu and said, "Swallow it." Suyu felt disgusted. The poison that he had imagined to control him as a slave did not appear. Instead, it was dirt that he had casually rubbed. How was he supposed to swallow it? "Hehe, human boy, you have to taste it seriously." The corpse-loving dog Emperor behind him laughed strangely. Every hair on the Emperor corpse's body is full of essence. How many corpse race clansmen would fight to get their hands on such a pill? Don't despise it. Of course, for the corpse race, this is a great supplement. But for you, hey, eat this great supplement pill and you can be at ease as a slave. If you resist even a little, you will suffer a fate worse than death. Don't doubt my words. It really is a fate worse than death. Even the divine warriors of heaven and earth can't bear this kind of pain. Suyu grinned. "Great supplement pill, eat it," the Emperor corpse said calmly. Suyu pinched it with 2 fingers and slowly brought it to his mouth. Under the gaze of 2 divine warriors of heaven and earth, Suyu had no chance to play tricks. However, it was also because of this that they were very relaxed. In front of the double-crowned divine warriors, even the divine warriors of heaven and earth had no chance of turning the tables. What could a mere golden overlord do? Just as Suyu was about to bring the great supplement pill to his mouth, suddenly, a green light flashed on Suyu's arm. Then, a shining golden alms bowl appeared out of nowhere. The alms bowl released a magnificent Buddha's light. The Emperor corpse was only 30 feet away, and he was caught off guard by the Buddha's light. In an instant, the Emperor corpse's body was full of corpse energy, emitting incomparably thick smoke. In shock and anger, he was forced out of the tent by the Buddha's light. "Ah, this is the soundless Buddha's doctrine artifact. How did it fall into your hands?" the Emperor corpse roared in shock. It seemed that the Emperor corpse and the corpse Emperor were not completely united. At least the corpse Emperor had concealed the truth that Suyu had obtained the doctrine artifact. As a result, the Emperor corpse had suffered a loss. "Corpse Emperor, what are you waiting for? Kill him, don't hold back," the Emperor corpse roared. The Buddha's light had a restraining effect on the corpse race, but it had little effect on other creatures. The corpse Emperor was stunned for a moment before coming to his senses. He sneered coldly, "I gave you a chance to live, but you insist on seeking death." He flicked out a hand, shaped like a black dog's paw, carrying the faintly discernible power of law, and tore straight at Suyu's back. In an instant, Suyu suddenly felt a burning pain coming from his back. This was the result of the claw not having reached him yet. If the claw had hit him, no matter how powerful he was, he would not have been able to reverse the situation. Suyu was prepared. As he took out the Buddhist doctrine artifact, he stabbed back with his sword. Royal Power Dragon Sovereign Sword. The cold dragon's might turned into the shadow of a dragon as it charged behind him. The corpse Emperor froze, retracting his claw and coldly snorting. "I didn't expect you to hide such a great treasure. It's a pity that you've met me." His body suddenly split into pieces, turning into lumps of flesh that spread out. The dragon-shaped sword energy sliced through most of the lumps of flesh, but only one managed to avoid it. This lump of flesh immediately regenerated into the corpse Emperor. Its cultivation and aura did not weaken in the slightest. Su Yu had never heard of such a method of avoiding a powerful attack. Human brat, die. The Corpse Emperor took advantage of Su Yu's missed attack to attack with a sudden claw. This time, Su Yu could not avoid it. Little Kailin, what are you waiting for? Su Yu grumpily shouted at the last moment. The little Kailin lay on Su Yu's shoulder, stretching lazily. It's finally my turn to fight. Shaking its body, the little Kailin looked at the Corpse Emperor with a face full of disdain. Hey! It took a step forward, facing the opponent's claw without fear. Even more strangely, it did not use any divine techniques, allowing the claw to injure it. Puff, the scene of the little Kailin being sent flying or pierced by the claw did not occur. Instead, the little Kailin was like nothing, and the Corpse Emperor's claw pierced right through it. What kind of rule is this? The Corpse Emperor was shocked. The little Kailin snorted. This is my unique slap-your-face rule. The seemingly weak hoof landed on the Corpse Emperor's face, but it exploded with great power. The Corpse Emperor's entire head was smashed into pieces. Its body was slammed into the ground tens of thousands of feet deep. Even the lava was squeezed out by the great force, forming a crimson fountain. Su Yu clicked his tongue. This was the little Kailin's true power. A rule that could turn nothingness into reality. Anyone who saw it would have a headache. Let's go. After defeating the Corpse Emperor, Su Yu dashed out of the tent, heading straight for the Life Alliance's castle. Where do you think you're going? The terrifying roar came crashing over like a tsunami. Su Yu's body shuddered, and the divine energy in his body trembled, almost collapsing. Su Yu gripped the arm's bowl tightly, alleviating the strange feeling in his body. Whoosh! The Emperor's corpse attacked like a shadow, but it stopped 10,000 feet away, not daring to get too close. It was obvious that it was extremely afraid of the Buddha's light. If it were forced to get close, it would be very harmful to it. Roaring corpse mountains and rivers. The Emperor's corpse roared into the sky, and the terrifying sound wave rule came crashing down. Su Yu's expression changed slightly. Fortunately, the Buddha's light was a natural enemy to the Corpse clan. Even the divine technique of the double-crowned Emperor could not penetrate the Buddha's light. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It's not a good time to get entangled. He grabbed the solemn-faced little Kailin and left quickly. The Emperor's corpse's face was calm. It opened its mouth and spat out a 3-colored bone sword. Great Destruction Corpse Sword. The Emperor's corpse was enraged. It held the bone sword and slashed at Su Yu from afar. At this moment, Su Yu's heart was beating wildly. The sense of crisis of life and death was like an alarm bell ringing in Su Yu's heart. It could not be stopped. The Buddha's light could not stop this sword. Su Yu threw the little Kailin behind him and took out the heavenly orchid silver bamboo fruit without thinking. Poof! Almost at this moment, the Buddha's light was split open. The remaining sword energy went straight to Su Yu. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo fruit immediately swallowed up all the sword energy. However, the powerful impact of the sword energy still sent Su Yu flying. There was a fishy sweetness in his throat. Die. As he flew backward, the Emperor's corpse waved the second sword without hesitation. The same powerful sword energy followed closely after the first sword. The Buddha's light had not yet recovered, and the sword energy came slashing down. The heavenly orchid silver bamboo fruit was not enough to completely block it. With this sword, he would definitely die. There was no way around it. A double-crowned emperor and a single-crowned emperor were two completely different levels of existence. Great light technique. At this moment, a clear shout, full of the righteousness of heaven and earth, came slashing down like a sharp sword. At the same time, the sky and earth were covered with golden sunlight. Under the illumination of the light, all evil spirits evaporated. The Emperor's sword was the same, melting rapidly under the illumination of the golden light. The Emperor's corpse suddenly looked up and said, Huangfu Liang. Back then, it was Huangfu Liang who purified the corpse army with the supreme divine technique, the Great Light Technique, that ruined their attack plan. Swish! A brilliant golden light descended, and Huangfu Liang's figure was vaguely visible inside. Emperor's corpse, how have you been? The Emperor's corpse's pupils shrank slightly. Your injuries have healed. Haha, do you want to try? Huangfu Liang asked with a faint smile. The two of them looked at each other, and sparks flew from their eyes. However, they restrained themselves and did not make a move. The emperor's corpse thought about it, looked at Su Yu, and sighed. You failed again after 30,000 years. But the main culprit of this failure is actually an unremarkable small character. This is really unexpected. Perhaps the destiny of the constellation C civilization is not over. The emperor's corpse said faintly. With a tap of his toes, he flew out of the ancient star and said, however, I will not give up. Sooner or later, I will come back. When he finished speaking, he disappeared from sight. The corpse emperor followed closely and left the ancient star completely. Su Yu breathed a sigh of relief and bowed gratefully. Thank you for saving me in time, Chief Pavilion Master. Chapter 1764. Haha, no need to thank me. You provoked him for the sake of the people of the Sea of Constellations. I have no reason to sit back and do nothing. Huangfu Liang chuckled. Fortunately, he showed up for you. Otherwise, I really don't know where to find him. It turned out that Huangfu Liang had expected that the emperor corpse would likely cause trouble for Su Yu. Therefore, he had been paying attention to Su Yu so that he could take action in time. The corpse kings who came after hearing the news were also very surprised. Especially when they learned that the emperor corpse was coming, they looked even more solemn. Huangfu Liang thought about it and suggested, you'd better not leave the civilization of the Sea of Constellations in a hurry. The emperor corpse is very good at hiding. Maybe he said he would leave, but he is hiding somewhere in the Sea of Constellations, waiting for you to be alone to attack. Su Yu was shocked. He had to be careful. Judging from the emperor corpse's behavior, he didn't seem like an upright person. Well, I will be in the corpse clan. If anything happens, you can find me at any time. Su Yu cupped his fists. Huangfu Liang smiled. No problem. He returned to the castle, but he still kept a part of his mind on Su Yu, in case the emperor corpse returned. At this moment, several strange breaths were reflected in Huangfu Liang's perception. The breath of an extraterrestrial civilization? Huangfu Liang frowned deeply. The appearance of an extraterrestrial civilization at this time was not necessarily a good thing. He turned around and stood on the city wall, quietly watching the extraterrestrial breaths go straight to the castle. They were an old man and two young men. He only glanced at the old man before focusing his attention on the arrogant young man. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Doppelganger? What a special cultivation technique. The cultivation of the three was not strong. At least in Huangfu Liang's eyes, he could suppress the three of them with one hand. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. With his hands behind his back, he waited for the three to arrive. Oh! No wonder the Sea of Constellations is empty. It turns out that the corpse clan has driven them to a dead end. Ao Xiong glanced at Ji Yuxing and understood the situation. The north-gazing Pearl shook his head. After all, it is a barbaric civilization. In historical records, no barbaric civilization has been able to resist the corpse clan. This Sea of Constellations is quite extraordinary for it to persist until now. The pair king, the old man in the middle, looked at the city indifferently. When his gaze fell onto Huangfu Liang, he frowned slightly because he actually couldn't see through Huangfu Liang's cultivation. However, there were many reasons why he couldn't see through one's cultivation. It could be that the other party's cultivation was higher than his, or that he had a special artifact to conceal it. The creatures of the barbaric civilization could only belong to the latter. I'm the former pair king of the northern kingdom of the Dayu dynasty. May I ask who you are? Huangfu Liang chuckled. My surname is Huangfu, and my name is Liang. What brings you here from afar? The pair king nodded arrogantly. I need you to do something for me. Once it's done, there will be plenty of benefits. His tone was completely like he was speaking to his subordinates, full of command. What is it? Huangfu Liang remained calm. The pair king said, we are looking for a Constellation C's living creature called Su Yu. You must find him within 3 days. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Su Yu. Huangfu Liang smiled faintly. He was not surprised by the purpose of their visit. After stealing the king of Badi's tripod, it was impossible for the Badiland to let it go. I'm done with my request. Do you have any objections? The Pear King asked indifferently. Huang Fu Liang was surprised. I don't have any objections. However, as you can see, we just had a great battle with the Corpse Clan, and we can't even take care of ourselves. I'm afraid we don't have the time to help you find Su Yu. Please go back. Ao Xiong glared at him. Old man, don't think that you can look down on us just because you are an emperor. The vast constellation sea in your eyes is nothing in the eyes of the Badiland. Do you understand? Don't be a frog in a well. They naturally thought that Huang Fu Liang was a narrow-minded person who only knew about the constellation sea civilization and did not know about the vastness of the outside world. Haha, I'm not trying to flatter myself, but I really can't help you. Please go back. Huang Fu Liang had an extraordinary bearing, and he was not angry at all. He waved his hand with a smile, turned around, and walked into the city. The Pear King's old face was filled with displeasure. Have you decided to disobey me and the Dayu dynasty? In response, Huang Fu Liang waved his hand without looking back. A tinge of annoyance appeared on the Pear King's face. He strode over and placed his hand on Huang Fu Liang's shoulder. Sir, I'm afraid you don't have the right to reject the orders of the Dayu dynasty. Bang! Huang Fu Liang's shoulder shook slightly. He did not seem to use much strength, but the Pear King's old hand was bounced off like a dead branch. The Pear King lost his balance and staggered backward. The north-gazing Pearl supported him and scolded, Ancestor, you were just being nice. Why did you hurt him? Ao Xiong was even more impatient. You are a creature of a barbaric civilization. It's more direct to speak with your fists. Ancestor, don't talk nonsense. Just fight. The two of them were extremely unhappy. They had thought that it would be easy to capture Su Yu once they reached the Constellation Sea. Who knew that a random divine warrior of heaven and earth from the Constellation Sea civilization would be so stubborn? Both of you, shut up. The Pear King stood up. His face was filled with uncertainty. After hesitating for a moment, he bowed and said, Junior Li Xin, please forgive me for offending you. The north-gazing Pearl and Ao Xiong were both stunned. Senior, there were only a few people in the entire Dayu Empire who could be addressed as senior by the ancestor. This dazzling golden emperor was actually being addressed as a senior. Huang Fu Liang was quite open-minded. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Then, please go back. It's not the right time. Go back. How could they go back without finding the Baishan King Cauldron? If they couldn't find the Baishan King Cauldron, the Eastern royal family would be furious. The descendants of Baishan would be severely punished. The Pear King said, Senior, if you like my insignificant strength, I am willing to assist you to defeat the Corpse Clan. They thought that the Corpse Clan and the Alliance of Living Beings were still hostile. If they had come 2 days earlier, Huang Fu Liang might have welcomed them. But now, the Pear King added, Senior, even if we go back, more descendants of Baishan will come looking for us. Huang Fu Liang was silent. After a while, he sighed. All right, come with me. I will gather a few colleagues and listen to your requests. Soon, the 3 Cabinet Masters, the Purple Dream Divine Warrior, and the Snow Dragon Divine Warrior all gathered in the conference hall. An hour later, Huang Fu Liang said, Everyone, this is the cause and effect of the matter. Do you have any good suggestions for the request of the guests of the Dayu Empire? Except for the female Cabinet Master, who had a stern face, the others all had strange looks on their faces. Suggestions? What suggestions did they have? Were they supposed to hand Su Yu over to them? In fact, they were even more confused. Why did the Chief Cabinet Master agree to their request? With the strength of the Chief Cabinet Master, he could force them all to leave if he was a little more forceful. The few divine warriors of heaven and earth looked embarrassed. They really couldn't come up with any good suggestions. The Pear King saw that something was wrong. He frowned and said, Is it difficult to catch the human surnamed Su? It wasn't just difficult, it was deadly. If outsiders wanted to catch Su Yu, not only did the few divine warriors of heaven and earth have to agree, but also the 9 corpse kings of the Corpse Clan had to agree. His question was like asking how difficult it was to cut off one of their fingers. The few divine warriors of heaven and earth couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Only the female cabinet master snorted coldly. He is in the corpse clan. In the corpse clan? The Pear King wasn't surprised. It wasn't uncommon for living creatures to betray and join the corpse clan, so it wasn't strange at all. I see. May I ask how strong these corpse clan members are? The Pear King asked. The female cabinet master said, 9 corpse kings. Yes, one of them has a close relationship with Su Yu. Hearing that, the Pear King's face fell slightly. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. After thinking for a while, Huangfu Liang said, since the Pear King is sure that Su Yu stole the Bashan King Cauldron, it's better to invite Su Yu over to confront him face to face. What do you think, Pear King? The Pear King was confused. Invite? How? Senior, do you mean that the 7 of us should join forces and go deep into the corpse clan to catch him? The chief cabinet master laughed and said, no, one of us is enough. He looked at the Purple Dream Divine Warrior and said, then I'll have to trouble the Purple Dream Divine Warrior to go there in person. Haha, no problem. I also have something to discuss with him in private. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior stood up and floated away like a fairy. The Pear King was dumbfounded. The north-facing Pearl and Ao Xiong were also confused. What was wrong with the civilization of the Sea of Constellations? Sending an ordinary divine warrior of heaven and earth to capture the traitor without any resistance. The corpse clan, Zhu Ji said, just now, our people found out that a few creatures escaped from the city. Some of their cultivations were quite high. Chief Cabinet Master must have started to clean up the traitors of the Alliance of Living Beings, Su Yu said indifferently. Zhu Ji frowned slightly. What I'm concerned about is that one of them is called Tanlang. I remember that you are familiar with him, right? Him? Su Yu was surprised. I didn't expect him to still be alive. That's surprising. It was not easy for Tanlang to survive until now in such a huge war. He was narrow-minded and greedy. Su Yu's cultivation was not high enough at that time, so he lied to Tanlang that he was the direct disciple of the sinful lady. He did not expect Tanlang to believe him. Should we go after him? Zhu Ji asked Su Yu for his opinion. Su Yu shook his head. That won't be necessary. It's his fortune that he has survived until now. Just don't let me see him again. Right at that moment, a mocking voice drifted over. You two are in such a good mood. Drinking last month. The Purple Dream Divine Warrior was like a flower or mist, a faint smile on her beautiful face. Su Yu stood up to welcome her. Purple Dream Divine Warrior, welcome. You are now the great benefactor of the Sea of Constellations, and your status is comparable to that of the Chief Cabinet Master. How could I have the confidence to visit you? The Purple Dream Divine Warrior laughed. I came to invite you over. People from the Northern Territory are here. The Chief Cabinet Master invites you over. Zhu Ji stood up abruptly and frowned. They want to steal the King Tripod? No way. The flame in the King Tripod was the source of life for her. Su Yu comforted her with a smile. Don't worry. Since the Chief Cabinet Master has invited me over, he will certainly seek justice for me. It was not seeking justice. It was obviously to give Su Yu an explanation. He had done so much for the Sea of Constellations, so Huangfu Liang had to show his sincerity. Let's go and meet them. They are here in the Sea of Constellations. Ha ha. Su Yu laughed with a strange expression. Chapter 1765. Wait. We Corpse Kings will go as well, Pearl snorted. I want to see who dares to ask for people from the Corpse Clan. The group of Corpse Kings had mischievous expressions on their faces, all wanting to watch a good show. King Su Yu returned to the city. Along the way, the Purple Dream Divine Master looked at Su Yu meaningfully and said, Do you remember what you promised me? Su Yu did not bat an eyelid. Holy mortal body. Chem, the Purple Dream Sovereign said. That was how they became fated with each other. Unfortunately, the ancient corpse race had attacked them violently, causing them to give up halfway. Elder, are you going to start looking for the sacred mortal body again? Su Yu asked. Unexpectedly, the Purple Dream Monarch shook her head. No, I've already found it. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, but his eyes were exceptionally calm. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, Elder. May I ask who the so-called holy mortal body is?" The Purple Dream Sovereign smiled mysteriously. "It's a secret." He was deliberately playing tricks. Suyu muttered to himself. Alliance Meeting Hall. Pear King spoke to the living beings of the Alliance in a pleasant manner. He no longer looked as arrogant as before. He looked at Huangfu Liang curiously from time to time. As far as he knew, it was impossible for a barbaric civilization to nurture a divine warrior with 2 crowns. The Dayu Empire was a 2.5-star civilization, and it had only given birth to 3 of them. Unless there was one possibility. The Double Crown Emperor in front of him was not born here but came from a higher civilization. After thinking about it carefully, the Pear King was even more certain that the identity of this Double Crown Emperor was not ordinary. The Purple Dream Emperor has brought Suyu back. A report came from outside the hall. The Pear King was shocked. In just the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, a sovereign of heaven and earth had successfully captured someone from the corpse race army. How unimaginable. Following a series of footsteps, the Purple Dream Sovereign entered the hall first. A silver-haired youth followed closely behind him. His expression was calm, his clothes were plain, and he wore an ice crystal crown on his head. Suyu, Ao Xiong and the north-gazing Pearl stood up at the same time and stared at him. The Pear King's eyes lit up as he shouted, "It's him." The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the matter of losing the Baishan royal cauldron would soon be resolved. But soon after, more people walked in. There were 9 of them in total. The Pear King was stunned when she heard the first question. The Corpse King of the Corpse Clan? The Pear King finally realized the severity of the situation when the 9 Corpse Kings entered the hall as if there was no one else around. Looking left and right, he discovered that the creatures present were all calm. They did not mind being together with the corpse race at all, and there was no conflict. The Pear King's heart skipped a beat. The question in his mind suddenly became clear. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat, and his neck was stiff. He stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move. This unbelievable truth echoed in his mind. Ao Xiong and the north-gazing Pearl also realized the problem and froze in place. Surrounded by the 9 Corpse Kings, Suyu cupped his fists at the Chief Pavilion Master and sat down casually. "I heard someone was looking for me." The Chief Pavilion Master smiled. "These 3 guests insisted on seeing you, so I had no choice but to invite you over." The Chief Pavilion Master glanced at the Pear King and shook his head. He had repeatedly declined and tried to persuade them to go back, but they insisted on coming. He couldn't stop them, so what could he do? Suyu had a smile on his face as he looked at them. "Hehe, how have you been?" Pear King, Ao Xiong, and north-gazing Pearl's expressions gradually turned grim. It was obvious that the situation in the Sea of Constellations was extremely strange. How could the corpse race, which was their mortal enemy, get along with the living creatures peacefully? Moreover, it was obvious that Suyu was protected by both the corpse race and the alliance of living creatures. What was ridiculous was that the 3 of them had barged in to ask for Suyu. Now, they were surrounded by them. Not to mention capturing Suyu and bringing him back, the 3 of them would all die here if this youth gave the order. The Pear King calmed himself down and forced a smile. "Hehe, yes, it's been a long time." His original plan of beating Suyu up after discovering him was destined to never come to fruition. His priority now was to save his own life. "Why did you come all the way here to see me?" Suyu asked with a faint smile. The Pear King wiped his cold sweat. He didn't dare mention the north-gazing King Cauldron at this moment. He was afraid that once he mentioned it, they wouldn't be able to leave. The Pear King smiled gently and said, "Mr. Su, you must have forgotten that as the champion of the Great Void Hidden Dragon contest, you haven't received your prize yet. We came here just to give it to you." Hearing this, north-gazing Pearl pursed his lips and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. How infuriating. It was obvious that this guy had stolen their things, and they were only here to ask for it. How did they end up giving it to him? Ao Xiong's eyes darkened. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. He hated the feeling of being controlled by others and having to lower his head. However, the situation was stronger than him. "Oh, I almost forgot about the prize," Suyu said as if he had just remembered it. "But I remember that according to the rules, the prize is only to enter the north-gazing king cauldron and use the nation's fate to comprehend it, right? Did you bring the north-gazing king cauldron? How dare you mention the north-gazing king cauldron?" The three of them were so infuriated by Suyu's shamelessness that they vomited blood. The Pear King forced a smile and said, "I didn't bring the king cauldron, but I did bring the rest of the prize." Suyu said, "Oh, what is it? Tell me about it." He and the Pear King both knew that the north-gazing king cauldron had already fallen into Suyu's hands. Now, they were just bargaining to see how much the Pear King could offer before letting them go. How could the Pear King be stingy when it was a matter of life and death? With a wave of his sleeves, 9 precious treasures appeared. Most of them were enough to make the divine warriors of heaven and earth jealous, as they were also very beneficial to them. The first-place winner of the Great Void Hidden Dragon Cauldron will receive additional prizes in addition to comprehending the north-gazing king cauldron. "Mr. Su, please have a look." Suyu glanced at them one by one. To be honest, each of them was amazing. Each of them was a rare treasure that was worth fighting for by the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Even though the Pear King had once been a king, these 9 treasures had almost depleted half of his wealth. It was obvious that he was very generous in order to survive. However, none of them suited Suyu. Observing Suyu's expression, the Pear King's heart thumped. He was not satisfied. The Pear King was experienced and knowledgeable, so he knew what the problem was after a moment's thought. He couldn't help but slap his forehead. "I was too careless." Although the prizes were precious, none of them suited Suyu. However, he was a divine warrior of heaven and earth, so most of the things he carried were related to the divine warriors of heaven and earth. As for the rest, none of them suited Suyu. Suddenly, the Pear King's heart moved, and he ordered Ao Seong, "Take out the blood crystal body. That is also a prize for Mr. Su." Ao Seong was extremely angry, and he transmitted his voice to the Pear King. "Ancestor, that is a divine item bestowed upon me by the Eastern Nation's king. It can help me break through to the divine warrior of heaven and earth. How can you give it to him?" The Pear King shouted secretly, "What kind of situation is this? Your life is more important, so give it to him quickly." While the two of them were arguing, Suyu calmly said, "If there are only these prizes." The Pear King had a bad feeling about this, so he reached out and forcefully tore open Ao Seong's storage space. He then took out a glittering crystal. It was only the size of a thumb, and it looked like a body. "What is this?" Suyu couldn't help but be curious. The body contained a very special essence, and the fragrance it emitted caused a stir in Suyu's body. This is the blood crystal body unique to the Eastern Nation's royal family. It is a divine item that can only be grown by watering it with the blood of the Eastern Nation's royal family. The Chief Pavilion Master's eyes flickered, and he transmitted his voice to Suyu secretly. "Suyu, take it quickly. It is a good item." For him to call it a good item, it was obvious how precious it was. Only then did Suyu reveal a smile. "I am indebted to Beidong's concern for sending these prizes from thousands of miles away." The Pear King smiled apologetically. "It is my pleasure. Then I shall accept it." Suyu waved his sleeves and took everything away. Ao Seong watched as Suyu took the blood crystal body, and his eyes were so red that they were about to bleed. Without this item, his plan to break through to the divine warrior of heaven and earth would be delayed by at least 10 years. In the blink of an eye, Ao Seong rushed over and grabbed the blood crystal body with one hand. Suyu's eyes flickered, and he activated his space divine technique. The blood crystal body was teleported away, and it landed in Suyu's palm. Space divine technique. Ao Seong was shocked, and he grabbed nothing. He stared at Suyu with a gloomy expression. "What is the meaning of this?" Suyu asked coldly. Ao Seong glared at Suyu and said in a low voice, "Nothing, I just wanted to test the skills of the Great Void Hidden Dragon King." Not bad, not bad. It was obvious that he had failed to snatch it, so he was giving himself a way out. What was more infuriating was that his evaluation of Suyu was exceptionally low. It was clear that he was unwilling to accept defeat at Suyu's hands that day. After saying that, He turned and walked back to the Pear King. His gloomy eyes were filled with anger. However, there was a movement behind him. It was Su Yu who stood up slowly and stared at him coldly. If you want to test my skills, I can grant you your wish. Ao Xiong turned around abruptly. He had come from thousands of miles away, and the Beishan Wang Cauldron was not the most important thing. Good. Very good. I thought you would always hide behind a few divine warriors of heaven and earth, not having the courage to fight. Ao Xiong laughed heartily and strode over like a meteor. I have been looking forward to this battle for a long time. He did not believe that he would be inferior to this nameless junior from a barbaric civilization. In this battle, you are not allowed to use external forces, such as that dragon sword of yours. How about it? Do you have the guts? Ao Xiong asked. Hearing that, Zhuji smiled contemptuously. Then do you have the guts to destroy your own cultivation and reach the level of a golden overlord? A half-divine warrior of heaven and earth against a golden overlord. If this is considered a fair battle, then it would be considered a fair battle if I fought you personally. Ao Xiong raised his neck and said with conviction, the second place of the Great Void Hidden Dragon King is a half-divine warrior of heaven and earth. Since he claims to be the first, he should be confident. Why, in the end, do you not have the guts? Are you just talking big? Anyone could tell that he was trying to go at Ao Xiong. Anyone with a bit of sense would not agree to it. Sure, I will fight you without using that dragon sword. However, Su Yu easily fell into his trap. A cold smile flashed across Ao Xiong's eyes. Chapter 1766. All right. You have guts. Ao Xiong formed a seal with both hands. Proud sword song. Small green swords appeared between his palms, each the size of a thumb. Not only did each of them contain sword chi, but they also contained the faintly discernible afterimages of the nomological chains. The chief pavilion master nodded approvingly. Not bad. He has already begun to train the law of the Great Path internally and is familiar with its use. He is only one step away from breaking through to become a divine emperor. Zhuji also expressed her admiration. Although this guy is arrogant, this move is not bad. At least among those of the same level, there aren't many who are his match. The Pear King could not stop him in time and could only watch silently. Towards Ao Xiong's strength, he was very confident. Back then, when Ao Xiong's two swords had been defeated by Su Yu's hands, he felt that it did not fully explain the difference in their abilities. Firstly, Ao Xiong had underestimated his opponent and did not have the time to display his full strength. Secondly, the level of the divine weapon used by Su Yu was too high. In essence, it was almost the same as using an emperor-level talisman. Now that the two of them had agreed not to rely on powerful magical treasures, the Pear King was worried about Su Yu. After pondering for a moment, he sent a voice transmission and warned sternly, "Proud Minister, no matter how much you desire victory, you can only lose this battle. What if she defeated Su Yu and he flew into a rage out of humiliation?" Ao Xiong sneered arrogantly, "Don't worry, he won't die. I will stop at the right time and declare it a draw." "Are you ready?" Proud Xiong asked. Su Yu pulled out the Shura sword and placed it in front of him. "Let's begin." Seeing that Su Yu had taken out a true emperor-level divine weapon, Ao Xiong was relieved and said, "This is a fair fight." "Then, let's begin." Whoosh 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 whoosh, the small green swords in his palms immediately attacked. Su Yu swept his sword horizontally. It was extremely heavy, and the Azura sword was almost sent flying. He stared at the chains wrapped around the small green sword. It should be because of Ao Xiong's powerful divine power. One sword fell, and another came. After a few consecutive strikes, Su Yu realized that something was amiss. The small green swords were produced endlessly, like a stream of water that would never be cut off. What was even more strange was that the frequency of the small green sword stabbing at him was getting higher and higher, and its power was also getting stronger. This should be the power of the Grand Tao laws he grasped. Su Yu had already started to feel strained after blocking a few sword strikes. If he continued to block them, he might not be able to withstand them. Seeing that Su Yu could only defend himself and not retaliate, Ao Xiong laughed coldly. "Why don't we stop here? I am worried that I will injure you later." For a divine technique like the Proud Heart Sword Song, one could either counterattack from the very beginning or avoid it from afar. If he was caught in it, he would only become more and more passive and eventually die under the sword. 90% of the reason Su Yu was able to resist until now was because of the Azura sword. The quality of this sword was extremely high. Normal true Emperor-grade divine weapons would have long been destroyed by this small azure sword. The Pear King also smiled and said, "Why don't we stop here? Mr. Su's strength is outstanding, and we can all see it for ourselves. Let's not hurt our relationship, hey." The north-gazing Pearl secretly despised it. As expected. I don't believe that one of Second Brother's 9 symbols can be defeated so easily. Su Yu blocked the sword once again, and another small green sword attacked him at an even faster speed. "I've almost reached my limit," Su Yu muttered to himself. Ao Xiong chuckled. "Don't be discouraged. You have been able to resist for so long. Not bad." Su Yu shook his head and said, "I am testing how long I can fight you without fighting back. About a dozen breaths." When he finished speaking, Su Yu's temperament changed abruptly. He quickly infused the Azura sword with divine energy. Before the sword style was executed, an exceptionally powerful sword energy rushed out of Su Yu's pores. "Heaven-slashing sword," Su Yu shouted. The long sword in his hand shot out tens of thousands of feet of sword energy, shooting straight into the sky. For a moment, the wind and clouds surged, and the world lost its light. It was originally daytime outside the hall, but now it was pitch black. It was as if the heavens were afraid of something and were hiding. Only the tens of thousands of feet of sword energy was incomparably dazzling, and the sword slashed down. Creak! It was as if a thunderbolt had flashed across the world, and the whole world was swept away by the sword energy. The sword light flashed, and the world was restored to light. However, Ao Xiong stood where he was, and the small green sword in his hand that should have been shooting out continuously seemed to be frozen, motionless. "This is the end," Su Yu said lightly. Clang! The small swords that were frozen in place fell to the ground with a clatter. Creak! The clothes on Ao Xiong's body were even split into 2 from the middle, turning into 2. A bright line of blood spread from Ao Xiong's forehead to his lower body. If it had gone any deeper, Ao Xiong would have been cut in half. Huangfu Liang's eyes shone brightly. He believed that Su Yu would win, but only if he used the royal dragon sword. It was unexpected that Su Yu had hidden such a move. He had defeated a half-heaven and earth divine warrior with only his sword skills. Huangfu Liang could not help but be deeply moved by such a talent. At least when he was the Golden Overlord, he did not have the ability to defeat a half-heaven and earth divine warrior. What about Su Yu? Not only did he win, but he also deliberately gave Ao Xiong a dozen breaths' time. Otherwise, Ao Xiong would have been defeated in the beginning. Zhu Ji was delighted. So the sword that caused the heaven and earth vision was him. My husband really hid his strength well. On the other hand, the Pear King and the north-gazing Pearl were shocked. If the last time did not count, then this time, Ao Xiong had been utterly defeated. While the Pear King was shocked, he was relieved. Fortunately, Ao Xiong was the one who had lost. "Haha, Mr. Su, you are a great talent. Ao Xiong is far inferior to you," the Pear King said respectfully. Su Yu drew a flower with the sword and kept the Azura sword. He was not arrogant at all. He is just one of Bei Wang Chen's 9 Xiongs. Even if he is a great talent, then what is Bei Wang Chen? The Pear King was stunned. Bei Wang Chen? What kind of existence was Bei Wang Chen? In the entire Dayu Empire, apart from the prince of the Eastern royal family, who was qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with him? This kind of person had surpassed the category of a genius. Of course, he would not point it out. He smiled embarrassedly. Regardless, Mr. Su is a well-deserved Great Void Hidden Dragon King. Since our mission has been accomplished, we shall not stay any longer. Farewell. Since Su Yu had accepted his item, it meant that he had agreed to spare their lives. The Pear King took the north-gazing pearl and pressed on Ao Xiong's shoulder, preparing to leave. Wait. However, Su Yu suddenly spoke. You can leave, and so can Ao Xiong, but she cannot. Su Yu pointed at the north-gazing pearl. The Pear King was shocked. Mr. Su, what do you mean? Hee hee. Su Yu said meaningfully, I need one of you to stay and show him around the Constellation Seas civilization. They understood Su Yu's intention. He wanted to keep one of them as a hostage to prevent them from committing the crime again. The Pear King was the divine warrior of the world. Keeping him as a hostage would be a disaster. Ao Xiong was just one of Bei Wang Chen's Ao Xiongs. He could be sacrificed at any time. As for the north-gazing pearl, Mr. Su, she is just the housekeeper of the Beishan Prince's mansion. How is she qualified to accompany you? The Pear King asked. Su Yu smiled calmly. Housekeeper? What kind of housekeeper can accompany the previous Beishan Prince? What kind of housekeeper is she? She doesn't look like a housekeeper in front of you at all. I think she is also a member of the Beishan family, right? Moreover, she is a very important member. Su Yu had suspected the girl's identity when they met in the Beishan land. Now, he was even more certain. The Pear King said, Mr. Su, why don't you let Ao Xiong stay? Su Yu said calmly, someone, please invite the princess of the Beishan Prince's mansion to rest. Zhu Ji pursed her lips into a smile and hooked the north-facing pearl over with her finger. Su Yu's fair finger stroked the north-facing pearl's tender skin. He then said mockingly, what a beautiful little girl. Even I feel sorry for her. Why don't you come to my corpse clan to rest? The Pear King wanted to stop him, but Su Yu's calm voice rang in her ears. If the Pear King also wants to stay as a guest, I will welcome you. The hidden threat made the Pear King's heart tremble. She pressed on Ao Xiong's shoulder and flew away with a gloomy look on her face. Ancestor! The north-facing pearl cried out in despair. She had never expected that this trip, which was supposed to go smoothly, would end up with her as a hostage. When the people heard her cry out, they all smiled knowingly. They couldn't help but look at Su Yu with admiration. His eyes were really sharp. He had actually seen through this woman's true identity. Miss North-facing, don't worry and stay. Zhu Ji said with a faint smile. We won't mistreat you. After the commotion subsided, Su Yu asked Huangfu Liang, can I borrow a training room from the General Cabinet Master? Haha, come with me. Huangfu Liang led Su Yu to his exclusive training room. When there was no one around, Huangfu Liang said, you want to know about the blood crystal body, don't you? Su Yu nodded. Yes, I do. What is it? It was because of Huangfu Liang's words that Su Yu accepted it. Ha ha ha, I have to say that you have gained something good this time, Huangfu Liang said. The blood crystal body is a divine item unique to the blood crystal clan, a third-rate clan. It can only survive if it is watered by the blood of the blood crystal clan. It has only one use, which is to increase the cultivation of the overlord level. Su Yu frowned slightly. The blood crystal body isn't the only divine item that can increase the cultivation of the overlord level, right? Why is it so revered? Huangfu Liang laughed. That's what I want to say. The blood crystal body has a special additional function, which is to enhance the overlord's cultivation of the Great Path rules. What? Su Yu was shocked. If the overlord wants to break through the shackles and become the divine warrior of the world, the only way is to forge the Great Path rules in the inner mansion. So you can imagine how powerful the blood crystal body is, Huangfu Liang said. Even the blood crystal clan rarely gives this item away. The other clans can't wait to get it. Su Yu was surprised. He didn't expect the blood crystal body to have such a magical effect. No wonder Ao Xiong was so reluctant to give it away. Strange, then why does the Dayu Empire have the blood crystal body? Huangfu Liang pondered. I think it's because the Eastern royal family has a trace of the blood crystal clan's bloodline, right? As far as I know, the Eastern royal family never gives away the blood crystal body. Ao Xiong has one, which shows that he is valued by the Eastern royal family. You should use this body as soon as possible. Don't let them take it back. Chapter 1767. At the same time, it was a boundless, silent void. Ravenous wolf drove the meteorite aimlessly into the distance. His face was dejected. Alas, one wrong move and the whole game was loss. If I hadn't betrayed the starry pavilion, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Thinking of Su Yu, Ravenous Wolf felt sorry. It's a pity that the chief pavilion master couldn't tolerate me, so I had to leave the constellation sea. Otherwise, if I followed Su Yu, I might have a chance to meet the legendary Pathmaster. While he was lamenting, there was a rumbling sound in front of him. A huge meteorite, comparable to the entire Constellation Sea civilization, pressed down on the void and hurried over. Ravenous Wolf gasped. My God, such a huge meteorite. It was the first time he had heard of such a ridiculously huge meteorite. Looking over, on the huge meteorite, there were many beautiful figures of women in red robes. Each of their faces was covered by a different color of light, revealing only their beautiful and attractive bodies. However, with just a glance, Ravenous Wolf shivered and drove the meteorite away. Because he couldn't see through the cultivation of any of the 20 women on the meteorite, as the overlord of the glazed crystal, he could see through even half of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. However, when he glanced at the 20 mysterious women, it was as if he was sweeping through an abyss. He couldn't see through them at all. He had followed the chief pavilion master for many years and often met the 3 pavilion masters. He was very familiar with this feeling. They were the divine warriors of heaven and earth. More than 20 divine warriors of heaven and earth. In particular, 2 of them gave him the same feeling as the chief pavilion master, which made him tremble. The last one made him feel even more inexplicable fear. However, the strange thing was that when he dodged to the side, the huge meteorite changed direction with him and crashed straight towards him. Ravenous Wolf broke out in a cold sweat and dodged in panic, but the huge meteorite crashed straight into him. Boom! The meteorite under his feet was shattered on the spot. Ravenous Wolf was horrified. There was nothing around him. Once he fell into the void, even the divine warriors of heaven and earth would die. At the moment when the meteorite under his feet shattered, a mighty force came from the huge meteorite, wrapped Ravenous Wolf up, and flew him to the huge meteorite. Just as he steadied himself, dozens of powerful auras that could easily crush him enveloped him. Tan Lang couldn't help but kneel on the ground and raise his head in fear. More than 20 sovereign realm experts were right in front of him. Seniors. Greed was the mystic crystal overlord, but he couldn't speak clearly at this moment. More than 20 mysterious women didn't say a word. The silent atmosphere was so oppressive that Greed almost fainted. You mentioned Su Yu. Among the 20-odd mysterious women, there were 2 whose whole bodies were glowing with purple light. One of the women with purple light asked indifferently. Her voice was melodious and pleasing to the ear, but there were no fluctuations of emotion in it. Tan Lang, who had thought that he would surely die, suddenly had an idea. Su Yu. Do they know Su Yu? Ravenous Wolf was saved from death's door. He hurriedly said, Yes. I'm his bodyguard. The lady in purple light asked, Then, is he still in the Sea of Constellations civilization? Yes. He was instructed by the Daelord's master to stay in the subjugation crusade to train himself. Tan Lang threw out the word Daelord in a timely manner. No matter if he was an enemy or a friend, he would be wary of him. Daelord's master? As expected, the 2 purple-clothed women looked at each other, then at the lady with golden light who was at the forefront. She was the leader of this group of mysterious women. The lady with golden light was indifferent for a moment. Then, she took out a picture scroll. The picture scroll depicted a woman with an unparalleled figure. Her face was covered by 9-colored divine light, so her face couldn't be seen clearly. Seeing this woman, Tan Lang hurriedly said, Yes, it's him. Su Yu's master. The lady with golden light flicked her wrist and put away the picture scroll. Then, she glanced at Tan Lang indifferently. The lady in purple behind her walked over and said in a melodious and pleasing voice, All right, you should go down now. Go down? Tan Lang was dumbfounded. You smashed my meteor, and then you want me to go down? We don't welcome men, the lady in purple said indifferently. She stepped forward and waved her hand, sending Tan Lang flying down with a great force. Falling into the void, Tan Lang didn't even have time to scream before he was swallowed up by the void. Then, the lady with golden light said indifferently, Continue. The meteor adjusted its direction slightly and sped along the original direction. That direction was none other than the Sea of Constellations. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, was still in seclusion. After Huangfu Liang left, Su Yu quietly spat out the crystal body that had been in his mouth. Haha, it would be a great waste for me to swallow a divine plant object just like that. Su Yu carefully pushed the blood crystal body away. Within the body meat, there were 4 black spots the size of sesame seeds. There really is one. The body seeds. Su Yu smiled and peeled off the 4 seeds, throwing them to the little Kailin. Bury them in the supreme growing soil, and we'll see the results in a few days. If he could mass-produce the blood crystal body, it would be interesting. The little Kailin responded and went into the 9-jade spiritual pearl with the seeds in its mouth. Su Yu tossed the body meat into his mouth. A sweet and sour taste mingled in his mouth, and then turned into a burning sensation, followed by a bitter taste. The strange taste filled his mouth and flowed down his throat all the way to his abdomen, then into his inner mansion. The inner mansion began to expand violently, bit by bit, and it was extremely obvious. Su Yu was delighted. The effect is really good, it's immediate. Several hours later, when the effect of the medicine began to fade, Su Yu's inner mansion had expanded to a certain extent. All of a sudden, an explosion rumbled in his soul. Su Yu's inner mansion seemed unable to withstand the expansion and exploded with a loud bang. After the explosion, a huge amount of divine energy flowed into Su Yu's body and began to form a new inner mansion wall. The whole process lasted for half a day before the new inner mansion was completely formed. It was 3 times the size of the Golden Overlord's inner mansion, and the amount of divine energy it could contain was also several times greater. Clenching his fists, his bones were full of divine energy. Su Yu felt that it was inexhaustible. The divine energy of the glazed crystal overlord is more than 10 times stronger than that of the bronze overlord. Su Yu thought to himself, if I were to use the royal dragon sword again, it would be effortless. The only pity was that Su Yu's body contained very little dragon blood, and the power of the royal dragon sword was less than 1/10,000th. If only I could find a way to get the dragon's divine blood, Su Yu pondered. After finishing his training, Su Yu left the secret chamber. Huangfu Liang sensed it and immediately teleported over. After a brief look, he said with a smile, "Congratulations, you've been promoted again." Su Yu replied humbly, "In front of you, there's no need to talk about promotion. Brother Su, you don't have to be so humble. When I was your age, I was only a bronze overlord." Huangfu Liang praised him. He turned his eyes and seemed to be hesitating. After a long while, he made up his mind and said, "Brother Su, with your talent, with all due respect, living in the small civilization of the Sea of Stars will only bring shame to your talent." Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Did he have something to say? "I hope you can go to a wider world, and don't let your talent go to waste." Huangfu Liang's expression was complicated. As expected, Su Yu said, "Senior, please speak your mind. Given our relationship, there's no harm in speaking your mind." With that, Huangfu Liang said slowly, "Have you ever doubted my identity?" Su Yu was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. Of course, a barbaric civilization like the Sea of Stars really doesn't have the potential to nurture a 2-headed civilization. If I'm not mistaken, you're a visitor from an extraterrestrial civilization, right? As expected, I can't hide it from you. Huangfu Liang nodded, his face solemn. That's right, I'm not from the Sea of Stars. To be precise, the 3 cabinet masters and I are all from the extraterrestrial world, and we're the ones who founded the Starry Pavilion in the Sea of Stars. Su Yu's eyes flickered. We're here on the orders of the faction to find a corpse. Huangfu Liang revealed his purpose. He actually had a faction? What kind of faction was qualified to accommodate a 2-headed emperor? At least, the Dayu Empire didn't have such a qualification. He looked at Su Yu and said, "We already have some clues about that corpse. Many years ago, we sent a message to the faction and asked them to send someone over. However, for some unknown reason, after hundreds of years, no one from the faction has come." Su Yu was surprised. "Then why didn't you send someone back to the faction to investigate?" A bitter smile crossed Huangfu Liang's lips. "I did, but it was still like a stone in the ocean. Then there was a problem." "So?" Su Yu had already guessed what Huangfu Liang was going to say. Huangfu Liang took out an identity nameplate formed from the yin and yang energies. What pure yin and yang energies? Su Yu was secretly amazed. To be able to maintain the two energies without dispersing, it was obvious that they were in an unusually delicate state of balance. At least, Su Yu didn't think he could reach such a level. So, I hope you can replace me and go to the 5-star civilization, the Tai Chi faction. First, report the situation here for me, and second, hold my identity nameplate. When you meet my uncle, he will understand what I mean and accept you into the Tai Chi faction. 5-star civilization. Su Yu's heart thumped. Such a powerful civilization was far superior to the civilization of the Dayu Empire. However, Su Yu still had doubts. Was he suitable for the legacy of the Tai Chi faction? As if he had seen through his thoughts, Huangfu Liang had a faint smile on his face. Moreover, I feel that you are fated with the Tai Chi faction. Why do you say that? Su Yu rubbed his nose. He couldn't see how he was fated with the Tai Chi faction. Huangfu Liang smiled. With a pinch of his hand, a mass of yin and yang energies gathered in his palm, transforming into a pair of black and white wings. Su Yu was stunned. Then, the yin and yang energies in his body appeared uncontrollably, revealing the true form of the yin-yang wings of the Tai Kai yin-yang wings of the Tai Chi. Huangfu Liang said. It is indeed an item left behind by eldest senior brother. The first time I saw you, I found it familiar. No wonder. Su Yu was stunned. This yin-yang wings of yours is a true emperor-level divine weapon unique to the Tai Chi faction. My uncle extracted the divine bones of an emperor and forged them personally. There are 3 of them. The owners of the other 2 are still in the faction. Only one of them disappeared with its owner into the vast void. He was my eldest senior brother, the Taiching divine warrior. I'm curious, where did you get this yin-yang wings of the Tai Chi? Chapter 1768. However, when Su Yu first discovered that Huangfu Liang was proficient in both yin and yang, he had thought about it. Hence, although he was surprised, he could accept it. It was in a secret space. I tried my best to escape. Su Yu did not mention Dao Tai. Huangfu Liang's eyes flickered with joy as he asked anxiously, how is he now? Su Yu's eyes darkened, and he pointed at the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. If Senior Taiching was still alive, he wouldn't allow a junior like me to get his divine weapon. Sigh. The light in Huangfu Liang's eyes dimmed as he sighed lightly, and he said with reminiscence, if he was still alive, then his cultivation would probably be far above mine. Unfortunately, he suddenly vanished in the boundless void while tempering himself all those years ago. Was it swallowed by the Dao Tai? Su Yu thought to himself. This also explained the origin of the Taiching divine warrior. After thinking for a moment, Su Yu removed the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. Since this item belongs to your faction, I shall return it to you. He was reluctant to part with it. This item had saved his life many times before. Although the effects weren't as good as before as the enemies they encountered grew stronger, it was still barely usable. There's no need. Since you got it, then it's fate. Our Taiji sect values fate. We don't force anything. Huangfu Liang pushed it back and asked, how many levels of control have you mastered? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. I obtained the control technique from the descendants of the Taiching divine warrior, 1 billion miles in one thought. It's the intermediate level. Huangfu Liang said, the descendants of the Grand Clear Sovereign can only grasp the intermediate version at most, because the advanced version is in the Taiji yin-yang wings itself. Huh! Su Yu was greatly surprised. Is the yin-yang wings hiding a more advanced control technique? After so many years, how could he not know? Activating the advanced chapter requires the Dark Willow mantra that Martial Uncle passed down to me. Unfortunately, I've cultivated it before, so I can give it a try. Huangfu Liang closed his eyes and chanted a mysterious incantation. A miraculous scene appeared. The yin and yang qi on the Taiji yin-yang wings actually separated on their own, revealing a palm-sized gap. There was a jade-like skeleton inside. The divine bones of the divine warriors of heaven and earth. Su Yu was surprised. Huangfu Liang opened his eyes and smiled, Sure enough, it's still here. He grabbed the skeleton with his hands that were covered in yin and yang qi. Tiny words could be clearly seen on the skeleton. Hehe, take it. Huangfu Liang passed it to Su Yu with a smile. You have the foundation of the middle volume. You will be able to comprehend the advanced volume just by scanning it once. Su Yu gave it a try on the spot. Sure enough, his comprehension was surprisingly smooth. As he weaved his palms together, Su Yu recited an obscure incantation. The yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole on his back suddenly expanded by 10 times. An unprecedented surge of yin and yang qi erupted. If Huangfu Liang hadn't used a divine art to isolate the surroundings, the whole city would have been alarmed. How do you feel? Huangfu Liang asked with a smile. Su Yu's eyes were filled with delight. It seems like I can immediately turn into the void and travel. Hehe, not to the point of virtual transformation, but you can still travel 10 billion miles with a single thought. Even I might not be able to catch up to you. Huangfu Liang smiled. Su Yu was pleasantly surprised. So powerful? Wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Dayu Empire and not be afraid of anyone? He then reminded, however, it's best not to use it unless it's absolutely necessary. With your cultivation as a profound crystal overlord, 10 breaths of time is enough to drain all of your divine power. So serious. Su Yu was shocked, and he remembered it deeply. After a moment of silence, Huangfu Liang said, So, what do you think? Su Yu was still hesitant. After a pause, Huangfu Liang said, The Tai Chi faction is full of geniuses and experts. Do you know what my status is in the Tai Chi faction? The Double Crown Emperor would be an extremely powerful existence no matter where he went. I'm just a core disciple. I'm not even a high-level official. Hiss, Su Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. The Double Crown Emperor was just a disciple. What was the cultivation of the uncle he mentioned? What was the cultivation of the master of the Tai Chi faction? Seeing that Su Yu still hadn't made up his mind, Huangfu Liang didn't rush him. He said gently, You can think about it. It won't be too late to answer in a few days. A few days. He was probably going to leave today. Although he didn't sense any danger, Su Yu really should leave now. The sinful lady's aura that the little Kailin had warned him about was still a hidden danger. The Peking Emperor's corpse had been lurking for a few days and hadn't found Su Yu, so it must have given up and left. I might not join the Tai Chi faction, but if it's along the way, I can go to the Tai Chi faction on behalf of the Chief Cabinet Master to take a look. Su Yu offered a compromise. Huangfu Liang didn't try to persuade him any further. He sighed. All right, I respect your decision. Take my identity token, just in case you need it one day. Nodding, Su Yu accepted it. Are you ready to leave? Huangfu Liang had a premonition. Su Yu nodded. Yes. My 2 friends might have left the civilization of the Sea of Constellations. I want to find them. Huangfu Liang said, Then I wish you good luck. But don't you want to see your friends from the Starry Pavilion before you leave? Mu Tsunghai and Yang Changhong want to see you. Also, that child Shui Guanyin has been concerned about your situation. We'll have to say our goodbyes eventually. Why add to the sadness? Having been through so many separations, Su Yu was already indifferent. Huangfu Liang tried to persuade him to stay. The former is fine. But the latter, if you leave now, I'm afraid you'll become her regret. Su Yu smiled, but still shook his head. If we're fated, we'll meet again. Watching Su Yu leave, Huangfu Liang sighed softly. That child Shui Guanyin has suffered. The Corpse Clan. Zhuji was interrogating the north-gazing pearl with great interest. Seeing Su Yu come in, she greeted him with a smile. Hehe, my husband, this little girl is extraordinary. Not only is she deeply loved by the king of Beidong, but she's also the future wife of the prince of the Eastern royal family. Su Yu was surprised. He didn't expect the north-gazing pearl to have another identity. Oh, then let her stay in the barbaric civilization. With her as a hostage and the cultivation of the chief pavilion master, I believe the Empire of Dayu won't dare to mess around. Zhuji smiled mysteriously. I think it's better to bring her back to the Empire of Dayu. Why? Su Yu asked. Wouldn't bringing her back be like walking right into a trap? Zhuji giggled. I learned from her that something big is about to happen in the Empire of Dayu. How big is it? Suyu asked. A 4-star civilization. The Dark Star civilization will send an emissary to attend in person. Suyu was slightly curious. A 4-star civilization would send an emissary? That must be something big. Because the Empire of Dayu is about to be upgraded to a 3-star civilization, and the Dark Star civilization has sent an emissary to congratulate them. Suyu was shocked. 3-star civilization? Did someone break through the shackles? A 2.5-star civilization wouldn't upgrade its star level for no reason. There must have been a drastic change. The only possibility was the birth of a super emperor, which enhanced the strength of the entire civilization. My husband is really smart. Zhuji's eyes were full of love. It's the monarch of the Empire of Dayu, Dongfang Xia, who has finally broken through to become a 3-crown emperor. 3-crown emperor? Suyu's pupils constricted. He had heard long ago that there was a strong man in the Empire of Dayu who was close to becoming a 3-crown emperor. He didn't expect to break through so quickly. What does that have to do with us? Suyu frowned. Zhuji said in surprise, don't you know that when a civilization upgrades, the path rain will descend from the ecliptic palace? Any drop is full of the great path of heaven and earth. If you can absorb a drop, you can save years of crafting, and the great path rules will be born in the inner mansion. Only when a civilization is upgraded to a 3rd-level civilization will the path rain descend from the ecliptic palace. Such an opportunity can only be encountered once in hundreds of thousands of years. It's a great opportunity that can only be encountered by chance. My husband is now a glazed crystal overlord, and it's time to prepare for a breakthrough to the martial emperor. Suyu was tempted. He knew that forging the rules in the inner mansion would take at least decades, and at most tens of thousands of years. One might not succeed even if he died of old age. Such an opportunity was indeed hard to come by. He believed that the overlord-level strong men in the vicinity would all rush to participate. This is also why the 4-star civilization sent an emissary to visit. Their purpose is also the path rain. I guess they will bring the overlord-level geniuses of the Dark Star to help them break through to the martial emperor of heaven and earth. Suyu understood. He looked at the north-gazing pearl and asked, why bring her? Zhuji giggled. The path rain is so precious. How can anyone participate in it? Without a referral, you won't be able to enter the scope of the path rain's grace. This person is the young princess of the North Gazing Land, and the future princess of the prince. With her referral, you will have the opportunity to enter the path rain's grace. Now that he thought about it, it made sense. If the path rain's grace was available to everyone, wouldn't the Dayu Empire be filled with emperors overnight? You don't have to worry about this little girl being disobedient. I have ways to make her drunk and listen to us obediently. Zhuji smiled strangely. Suyu was surprised. He couldn't help but look at the north-gazing pearl. He found that although her eyes were tightly shut, her long eyelashes were trembling. Her face was flushed, and her nostrils flared. Her breathing was rapid. A pair of slender, round, and slender legs were tightly clamped together. Suyu understood immediately. He couldn't help but frown. Using this method to control people is too despicable. Zhuji did not think much of it. I'm the zombie king who has committed all kinds of crimes. It's already very kind of me not to torture her to death. Moreover, it's letting her sleep with her lover in her dreams. It's letting her off easy. Suyu was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. Zhuji said with a smile, do you want to know who her dream lover is? I'm not interested. Suyu said angrily. Zhuji chuckled. You'll never guess that her dream lover is none other than her second brother, Bei Wangchen. This was unexpected. Wasn't it against the rules of nature for a younger sister to fall in love with her brother? So, you don't have to worry. After she gets addicted, she'll beg me to help her enter the dream. Zhuji was very confident in her divine technique. Suyu hesitated for a moment and said, just this once. After a pause, Suyu said, then get ready. We're leaving the Sea of Constellations. The Corpse Clan will be ready at any time, as long as you agree. She had decided to follow Su Yu and never leave him. Su Yu looked at her deeply with a grateful expression. Then, get ready to go. However, right at this moment, Zhu Ji suddenly raised her head and looked at the sky. Her playful expression quickly turned serious. The 8 corpse kings also appeared one after another, staring at the sky with grave expressions. What's going on? Many of the divine warriors of heaven and earth of the Living Spirit Alliance, including Huangfu Liang, appeared together. All of them looked solemn as they stared at the sky. It was as if they had sensed some terrible existence approaching the Sea of Constellations. Chapter 1769. Is it a crisis aimed at me? Su Yu's eyes narrowed. However, the line of fate did not fluctuate at all. Based on experience, once a crisis came, the line of fate would fluctuate without exception. Strange. Su Yu was suspicious. If there is no crisis, where does this oppression come from? After a moment of silence, Su Yu said decisively, "Let's go." Years of prudence made him make a quick decision. Zhu Ji also felt that something was wrong and left with Su Yu. Boom. The deafening roar shook the entire Constellation Sea civilization. A boundless black shadow quickly enveloped the sky above the Sea of Constellations, plunging the entire Sea of Constellations into a lightless darkness. Who is it? Huangfu Liang had a rare solemn expression on his face. With a loud shout, the majestic aura of the sovereign of heaven and earth soared into the sky, transforming into a dazzling sun that shrouded the sky above the Sea of Constellations. When they saw the object in the sky clearly, all the creatures were horrified. It was an immeasurably huge black meteorite. It was like a pot lid, directly sealing the entire Constellation Sea from top to bottom, and no one could leave. Divine warriors of double crowns. What a surprise. A voice as crisp as an oriole, but empty and cold, drifted down. 2 graceful women, whose faces were covered in purple divine light, descended from the meteorite together. Behind them, there were more than 20 beautiful women with yellow light masks. Dressed in cloaks, their long hair fluttered, and their bodies were peerless, giving people a strange sense of mystery. However, at this moment, the corpse kings and the divine warriors of heaven and earth present were not in the mood to appreciate this group of beauties. All of them are divine warriors. The pavilion master was shocked. Especially the 2 women in purple light, who bore the brunt of the attack, gave people a sense of suffocation. She had only felt that kind of feeling from the chief pavilion master. The chief pavilion master looked extremely solemn. What business do you have visiting the civilization of the Constellation Sea? The 2 women in purple light turned a deaf ear to him, and their eyes swept around like torches, as if searching for something. The woman in purple light on the left suddenly sensed something and fixed her eyes on Su Yu. With a shake of her sleeve, she shook out a delicate booklet and gestured to Su Yu. Then, she said calmly, "Target found, capture immediately." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, behind him, more than 20 divine warriors of heaven and earth surrounded Su Yu and the corpse clan. The people of the Living Spirits Alliance were extremely puzzled. There were more than 20 divine warriors of heaven and earth, and even 2 divine warriors of double crown divine warriors. Such a huge lineup was all for Su Yu. Stop. Huangfu Liang waved his sleeves, and the yin and yang qi turned into Tai Kai, protecting the corpse race in the center. He stared at them and said, "Who are you? Could they have been sent by the Dayu Empire?" The Dayu Empire was the only one that Su Yu had offended before and could support such a lineup. However, it was the first time Huangfu Liang heard that there were so many young and gorgeous female emperors in the Dayu dynasty. Dayu Empire? Who is that? The woman on the left said blankly. She stretched out her fair and slender index finger and lightly tapped on the Tai Chi diagram. In an instant, the Taiji yin-yang diagram shattered. Huangfu Liang furrowed his brows. If the other party insisted on doing things his way, he could only speak with his fist. "I advise you not to get in our way. You can't afford to meddle in the affairs of the Sinful Lady Palace," the woman on the left said calmly. Sinful Lady Palace? Everyone present furrowed their brows. They had never heard of the so-called Sinful Lady Palace. Unexpectedly, Huangfu Liang's pupils shrank, and he gasped. "Sinful Lady Palace?" The woman said expressionlessly, "It seems you know what kind of place the Sinful Lady Palace is." Step aside. With light steps, the woman bypassed Huangfu Liang and walked towards Su Yu. Come back with us. The woman made a grabbing motion in the air. All of a sudden, Su Yu felt his limbs and bones were frozen, and his soul was imprisoned by an invisible force, unable to leave his body. No matter how many divine techniques Su Yu had, he couldn't use any of them in the hands of the woman. Who dares to touch my husband? Zhuji's face fell. She was not afraid of the double-crowned emperor. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of the corpse race's blood. With a sizzling sound, the blood corroded the invisible imprisonment. Only then did Su Yu relax. The woman's face was calm. She made another grabbing motion in the air, imprisoning Su Yu and Zhuji at the same time. This time, Zhuji couldn't even fight back. She was imprisoned, just like Su Yu. Take them away, the woman said calmly after easily subduing the two. A group of red-robed heaven and earth divine warriors surrounded them. Right at that moment, Huangfu Liang's eyes flashed, and he suddenly attacked. Great Light Technique. A powerful divine technique instantly shone upon the ladies of the sinful Lady Palace, causing them to be stunned. The divine spell that the Lady of Purple Light used to subdue the two was interrupted. Go! Huangfu Liang yelled. At this critical moment, he chose to fight against the sinful Lady Palace to save Su Yu. Su Yu was surprised and touched. His heart was filled with mixed emotions, and they fermented into extremely complicated feelings. Why was Huangfu Liang willing to sacrifice himself to help Su Yu? Don't hesitate. Go. If you have a chance to pass by the Tai Chi faction, tell uncle that I, Huangfu Liang, will always be the most loyal disciple of the Tai Chi faction. As soon as he finished speaking, the woman turned her head and said in a hollow tone, those who go against the sinful Lady Palace will die. Swish. The woman was like a dream. She was still talking, but the next moment, she had already waved a section of the chain of rules. The speed was too fast for the emperors to react. Only Huangfu Liang reacted almost at the same time and used the chain of rules to fight back. Ding! The sound of nothingness shook everyone's soul. The woman said calmly, the way of yin and yang. Well, you are a disciple of the Tai Chi faction. Very good, but you forgot that you are only one person. Titter. Another chain of rules whipped Huangfu Liang's back silently. Boom. Huangfu Liang was caught off guard and was hit by the chain. He was immediately attacked by the rules, and his body was overflowing with colorful energy. Chief Cabinet Master's desolation power is fading. That chain represents the path of punishment, the woman said anxiously. Huangfu Liang couldn't fight against two people at once, and he was facing the legendary sinful Lady Palace. Why haven't you left yet? Huangfu Liang noticed that Su Yu and Zhuji hadn't left yet. Su Yu took out the royal dragon sword and said fiercely, they came for me. There is no reason for you to bear the consequences for me. Zhuji stood by Su Yu's side, her eyes very firm. Huangfu Liang didn't know whether he should be relieved that he hadn't misjudged them, or annoyed that they didn't see the bigger picture. Suddenly, Huangfu Liang thought of something, and his eyes flashed. If you really want to help, give me that King Cauldron. The Beishan King Cauldron? Su Yu looked at Zhuji. Chief Cabinet Master, catch it. Zhuji threw the King Cauldron to him without any reluctance. Huangfu Liang grabbed the small cauldron and wiped it with his big hand. A large amount of national destiny was extracted, almost 90% of the national destiny in the small cauldron. Holding the incomparably huge national destiny, which was 10 times the size of the civilization in the Sea of Constellations, Huangfu Liang formed a mysterious seal with both hands and bellowed, one breath into 3 pure one. A shocking scene appeared. With the left and right halves of Huangfu Liang's body as the center, a complete Huangfu Liang appeared. Including himself, there were 3 Huangfu Liangs. Both their cultivation and aura were exactly the same. I will send you out. Huangfu Liang's original body flew up into the sky, grabbing Su Yu and Zhuji with both hands. He shouted at the same time, all the divine warriors of heaven and earth and corpse kings of the civilization in the Sea of Constellations, follow me. The 2 purple-clothed women were about to catch up, but they were stopped by Huangfu Liang's 2 clones. The clone's strength was exactly the same as the original body, and they were able to suppress the 2 purple-clothed women. How could the 8 corpse kings and the divine warriors of heaven and earth dare to hesitate? They followed Huangfu Liang and rushed out. Under Huangfu Liang's lead, the pressure brought by the giant meteor was broken, opening a way for the people behind to escape. In just 3 breaths, they arrived at the border of the Sea of Constellations and the Sea of Constellations. Limitless heaven and earth, yin-yang / Huangfu Liang attacked with all his strength, shattering the border of the Sea of Constellations and revealing a large gap. Charge! The group of people rushed forward and soon arrived at the gap. Huangfu Liang took the lead and crossed the gap, leading Su Yu and the others to escape. I didn't expect that apart from the few old monsters in the Tai Chi faction, there was someone who could cultivate the 1 breath into 3 pure ones. You are very talented. You must be one of the best in the Tai Chi faction, right? An indifferent voice of praise came from the meteor overhead. Huangfu Liang looked up and saw a woman in a red cloak standing calmly at the edge of the giant meteor. Her face was covered in golden light. Huangfu Liang's heart trembled when he saw her. 3 crowned divine warriors. Stay here. The woman in golden light said calmly. She didn't move, but the scenery around everyone changed at the same time. When they reappeared, they were in the ancient star, where they encountered the member of the sinful lady palace. The 2 purple-clothed women were still fighting with Huangfu Liang's shadow, and they were equally matched. After the woman in golden light arrived, she looked at the 2 shadows indifferently. She flicked her slender fingers twice, and the strong shadow of Huangfu Liang collapsed at the same time. The purple-clothed woman broke free and bowed respectfully. We are useless. Please punish us, young palace master. The woman in golden light said, it's not your fault. The 1 breath into 3 pure ones of the Tai Chi faction is an ancient divine technique that even the sinful lady palace master praised. It's normal that you couldn't defeat it. After that, she glanced at the many divine warriors of heaven and earth that she had brought back and said, Ziyi, Ziguan, give each of them a holy pill. Ziyi and Ziguan were the 2 purple-clothed women. Without hesitation, they each took out jade bottles filled with white pills. Huangfu Liang's eyes were full of fear. The legendary holy pill that can turn a man into a woman and make him forever be controlled by the sinful lady palace? What? The female divine warriors present were fine, but the male divine warriors' faces turned green. Ziyi took out a holy pill and came before the female cabinet master. She said calmly, open your mouth. The female cabinet master rolled her eyes and cupped her fists. Sinful lady palace master, if you want Su Yu, you can take him away. It has nothing to do with us. She had an unforgettable obsession with Su Yu. The woman in golden light looked up at her and glanced at her indifferently. The next moment, the female cabinet master emitted golden rays of light from inside out. Then, with a cracking sound, it was as if the inside of a piece of wood had been burned out, and it shattered into countless pieces. Connected to the soul and flesh, the female cabinet master was burned to death on the spot. Moreover, the female cabinet master did not even react. I don't like bargaining. Do as I say, or die, the woman in golden light said calmly. The many divine warriors swallowed hard. Facing the holy pill that Ziyi and Ziguan had handed over, they could only bite the bullet and swallow it. Suddenly, they, who had swallowed the holy pill, underwent a change. The woman was fine, but she felt a little pain. It was probably the discomfort caused by being controlled. But the men, including Huangfu Liang, who were clearly men, all showed the characteristics of women. Not only did the lines of their bodies change, but even the characteristics of men quickly disappeared. Huangfu Liang was originally a handsome young man, but he turned out to be a beautiful, fair-skinned, and beautiful woman in her 20s. The same was true for the Snow Dragon King, who had turned into a slender, graceful, and petite girl. The unimaginable scene shocked Su Yu so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. However, the changes of the male corpse clan were very small, and they still retained the characteristics of men. Reporting to the young palace master, the attributes of the corpse clan have restrained the holy attributes of the holy pill, and the medicinal effects are greatly reduced, Ziyi reported. The woman in golden light said indifferently, then lock up the corpse clan first. As for the living creatures, She had never heard of anyone who had swallowed the holy pill being able to escape the control. Yes. Ziyi accepted the order. Ziguan looked at the remaining living creatures of the Alliance of Living Beings and said, "Young Palace Master, what should we do with them?" The woman in golden light said without hesitation, "Search their souls to filter out useful information." Yes. Ziguan led the group of divine warriors of heaven and earth to search the souls of the living creatures present. With the divine warriors of heaven and earth being controlled, they had no room to resist. They all obediently followed the arrangements and accepted the soul search. The woman in golden light finally stared at Suyu and said slowly, "Come to think of it. This is the second time I have come to the ancient star of the Sea of Constellations to find you." "The second time?" Suyu's heart trembled. "When was the first time?" The woman in golden light walked up to Suyu and said, "It's strange, isn't it? Why is your destiny sensing ability ineffective this time?" Perception. Suyu suddenly remembered that when he was crossing the sky that day, he had a premonition that there was a crisis at the exit, so he left from another exit at the last minute to avoid the crisis. "Could it be that time? In order to block this troublesome ability of yours, I specially went to the Yellow Path Palace and asked for the Taoist seal." No wonder Suyu's destiny premonition had no warning when the crisis was approaching. "Did the sinful lady order you to capture me?" Suyu's expression did not change. "You are trapped in the Dao Tai's cage and you still can't stay still, humph." The golden light on the face of the woman in golden light suddenly fluctuated, and a ripple appeared in her calm tone. "What? The sinful lady is in the Dao Tai's cage?" Suyu crossed his arms in front of his chest and stared at her coldly without saying a word. "Tell me, where is the Dao Tai's cage?" The woman in golden light was a little excited. The sinful lady of the Sinful Lady Palace had lost the sinful lady for hundreds of millions of years. Finding the sinful lady was the dream of every member. Suyu sneered. "Give me a reason to tell you. Don't threaten me with death. If you really dare to make me stronger or search my soul, I will immediately erase this memory. You will never know where the cage is." The woman in golden light stared at Suyu, thinking about something. Chapter 1770. The face of the golden lady shimmered, and Suyu was sucked 3 feet away from her. Despite the golden light, Suyu could feel a pair of ruthless, cold eyes staring at him without blinking. "I don't like to bargain." The golden lady's tone was calm again. The fate of the lady was a warning. "Who are his friends?" The golden lady did not reply. The yellow lady, who was searching souls, immediately pinpointed a group of people according to the information. A group of divine warriors of heaven and earth was amazingly efficient. Within a few breaths, a group of creatures was picked out from the crowd. Mu Tsunghai, Yang Changhong, and Blood Guanyin were among them. From left to right, kill them one by one until he opens his mouth. The golden lady ordered indifferently. Mu Tsunghai was on the left, and he smiled bitterly. Anyway, he died once. Let him die. As soon as he finished speaking, a head was tossed into the air, and blood splattered everywhere. Suyu's heart was calm. Wasn't it just one death? At most, he could save her again. Next was Yang Changhong, who was also killed. Only Blood Guanyin was left, and Suyu was still silent, as if he had no intention of saying anything. "Continue," the golden lady ordered. Blood Guanyin smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect to say goodbye to brother Suyu like this. I don't blame you." As soon as she finished speaking, she was mercilessly killed by the yellow lady. The 3 of them were Suyu's best friends in the Sea of Constellations. Who would have thought that they would all be killed in such a short time? As the victim, Suyu's face was tense, and he remained silent. The golden lady stared at Suyu for a long time, and said, "Your heart is harder than a rock." After a long pause, the golden lady said, "Make an exception this time. Tell me your bargaining chip. Remember, you only have one chance." She chose to compromise. Compared to rescuing the sinful lady, any bargaining chip was worth it. Only then did Suyu grin. "Release everyone, including me." The golden lady shook her head. Obviously, she refused Suyu's request. As she said, Suyu had lost the chance to continue negotiating. Lock him up and order the holy servant to guard him. The Golden Lady turned around and said coldly. The 9 corpse kings were imprisoned, and the 5 divine warriors had become the holy servant. How could Suyu act rashly? Several divine warriors of the sinful woman palace stepped forward, restrained Suyu's divine energy, and brought him back to the fallen star. Yunxing didn't leave immediately. Instead, he remained in the sky above the sea of constellations, waiting for the soul search to end. Clang, Suyu was imprisoned in the meteorite prison. The stone prison itself was not sturdy. What was sturdy was the saintess waiting outside. They were the emperors who had swallowed the holy pill and turned into females. Hey, Suyu, it's not that we don't want to save you, but once we have that thought, the young palace master will immediately detect it, one of the cabinet seniors said helplessly in an awkward, feminine voice. Suyu looked over. She was supposed to be a mature and resolute middle-aged cabinet master, but now she had turned into an old woman who still retained her charm. Suyu couldn't help but find it funny when he compared his previous appearance. The sinful lady palace really hates men, Suyu realized. The empress of the sinful woman palace with peerless figures was most likely transformed from a man. Suyu felt a chill run down his spine as he thought about how they used to be strong men. The cabinet senior's face alternated between green and red. Avoiding Suyu's gaze, he said, "Anyway, I'm afraid I can't help you." Even if he would rather sacrifice himself and risk being executed by the sinful lady palace, he would still alert the young palace master with unfathomable power. Suyu said seriously, "What are you talking about? The sinful lady palace came for me. I should be the one feeling guilty for implicating all of you." Waving his hand, the cabinet senior sighed, closed his eyes, and sat cross-legged outside. Cabinet senior Liu Lan, you keep watch here. I'll be back soon. The Snow Dragon Empress had also transformed into a middle-aged woman. She was petite, and her face still had the domineering air of a man. The cabinet senior was shocked. "You left without permission, aren't you afraid the young palace master would find out?" "Humph. I'm just leaving for a while." The Snow Dragon Empress snorted, her ponytail swinging. She looked quite girlish, and both Suyu and the cabinet senior were stunned. Wasn't the Snow Dragon Empress adapting to her female identity a little too quickly? Da, as the light footsteps of the Snow Dragon Empress faded, Suyu was lost in thought. He had never been imprisoned before, so how was he going to escape? Countless strategies flashed through his mind, but none of them were feasible. All the divine warriors were under the control of the young palace master. Their lives and deaths were at her beck and call. Any small movements would be immediately detected by the young palace master. It would be extraordinarily difficult to break through the siege and escape from the fallen star. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies and plots are meaningless. Suyu deeply agreed with this truth. The only fortunate thing was that they wanted to know the whereabouts of the sinful lady, so they would not dare to do anything to Suyu for the time being. But that was all. As he was thinking, the Snow Dragon Empress came bouncing back. She beckoned and said mysteriously, "Cabinet Senior, come here. I have something to say to you." The Cabinet Senior was startled. What could not be said face to face? There was no one else here except for Suyu. "Come here quickly." The Snow Dragon Empress stamped her feet and said coquettishly. Suyu, who was watching from the sidelines, could not help but have goosebumps and feel disgusted. The cabinet senior rolled his eyes and walked over helplessly. "What's the matter?" Unexpectedly, just as he stepped within 10 feet of the Snow Dragon Empress, inky black corpse energy suddenly rose around him and enveloped him. The cabinet senior was shocked and subconsciously tried to break the corpse energy. "Don't move, this can block that woman's senses," the Snow Dragon Empress said in a low voice. The cabinet senior stopped in time and looked around at the corpse energy around him. He was inexplicably surprised. "How can you have corpse energy?" The Snow Dragon Empress smiled. "You should be asking me, why am I not afraid of the young palace master noticing that I have also swallowed the holy pill? Yes. Her actions here must have alarmed the Golden Lady. With the cultivation of the Golden Lady, she could have arrived here with a thought. Why did she not notice?" With a mysterious look on her face, the Snow Dragon Empress opened her mouth and spat out a pill that was tightly wrapped in corpse energy. It was the holy pill that the Snow Dragon Empress had swallowed. It had been suppressed by the corpse energy and had not been able to melt into her body. The cabinet senior was aghast and said, You were not transformed. Then your body. Gazing at the petite and lovely body of the Snow Dragon Empress, the cabinet senior was incredulous. Humph, this is my original body. What's so strange about it? The Snow Dragon Empress laughed, her whole body surging with an incomparably dense corpse energy. Such a dense corpse energy could only be achieved by the Corpse King. You are. The cabinet senior was shocked. You are the Corpse King? The third emperor born in the Sea of Constellations, the ruler of the Northern Snow Sea, was actually the Corpse King of the Corpse Clan. What was even more shocking was that after so many years, no one, including the chief cabinet master, had been able to detect her true identity. The sudden turn of events caused Su Yu to be stunned on the spot. But he quickly realized. Could you be one of the 3 Corpse Kings from 30,000 years ago, the Undying Boy? When Ji Yu Xing first came to the Sea of Constellations, 3 powerful Corpse Kings appeared and almost destroyed the entire Sea of Constellations. One was the Emperor Corpse. The second was the Pearl Corpse King. The third was the mysterious Undying Boy, who was proficient in disguise. The most frightening was the Undying Boy. No one could see through his disguise, allowing him to disguise himself as anyone and easily assassinate the enemy's commander in the midst of an army of 10,000. But for 30,000 years, no one knew the whereabouts of the Undying Boy. Even the Corpse Kings did not know where he was. It was really unexpected that he was hiding in the alliance of living beings, and that he was one of the 3 great Earth Emperors of the Sea of Constellations. Haha, you don't seem surprised at all, do you? The Snow Dragon Empress looked over with a faint smile. Su Yu was indeed not surprised. When I used your yin-yang hot spring, I should have realized that there was something wrong with your identity. When Su Yu changed his appearance under the identity of Shui Yu, he borrowed the yin-yang hot spring. When he used it, there was a large amount of desolate power left in it. Now that he thought about it, it must have been accidentally left in the hot spring by the Snow Dragon Empress when she was maintaining her disguise. Of course, Empress Ziwei had also warned Su Yu to be careful of the Snow Dragon Empress. As the disciple of the Snow Dragon Empress for many years, Empress Ziwei had never understood her master. She was like a dense fog that no one could see through. From all the signs, it was not difficult to guess that the Snow Dragon Empress was the Undying Boy. The Snow Dragon Empress crossed her small arms in front of her chest, dragging her steamed bun-sized breasts. She said with a smile, It's not without reason that Zhuji took a fancy to you. Smart. That's right. I am the Undying Boy you call. 30,000 years ago, I disguised myself as the Snow Dragon Empress and infiltrated the alliance of living beings. My original intention was, of course, to be a spy for the Corpse Clan and stab you in the back at a critical moment. The Snow Dragon Empress did not shy away. Unfortunately, things did not go as I wished. I have no place to use my skills, until now. After listening to her explanation, the cabinet master was stunned for a long time before he recovered. Then, what about the real Snow Dragon Empress? It was rumored that the Snow Dragon Empress had been a fallen overlord. After experiencing the ancient dream altar, she had advanced by leaps and bounds overnight and became the divine warrior of heaven and earth. This legend had inspired many creatures to train hard. The Snow Dragon Empress, or rather, the Undying Boy, curled her lips. Him. He died tragically in the ancient dream altar long ago. Otherwise, do you think the birth of the divine warrior of heaven and earth would be so easy? The truth was so cruel. There was no legend of a one-night divine warrior. The cabinet master was dumbfounded. After a long while, he sighed in relief. No wonder, we have studied it carefully. Although the ancient dream altar is rich in resources, it is not enough to support the birth of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. It turns out that you were just impersonating him. If that was the case, everything made sense. The Undying Boy dared to walk around freely without fear of the young palace master finding out. As a member of the Corpse Clan, he had a natural restraining power over the holy elixir. What's more, the Undying Boy was originally a woman. She shed her disguise and returned to the dignity of a woman, deceiving Ziyi, who was feeding her the holy elixir. Fine, if you have something to say, we can talk outside. The undying boy crushed the chains of the cage and let Suyu out. Chapter 1771. Then Cabinet Master, Suyu said. The undying boy shook his head helplessly without looking back. They have swallowed the holy pill and are under the control of that woman at all times. I can't save them, unless one day I have a cultivation that surpasses that of the young master. The difficulty of advancing from a 1-crown emperor to a 3-crown emperor might not be achieved in a lifetime. The only people I can save are the Corpse Clan, the undying boy said. Only the Corpse Clan could resist the power of the holy pill and not be controlled by the young master. Suyu could not bear it. Ha ha. The cabinet master looked up and laughed. We are under the control of others. Even if we escape, it will be useless. But Suyu, you are different. You have not swallowed the holy pill, so you still have a future. He bowed to the undying boy. Thank you, Undead Corpse King. Please take good care of Suyu. He is the only hope of the Sea of Constellations. As the Gaia Heaven ruler of the Sea of Constellations, he had great expectations of Suyu. Suyu felt a lump in his throat. Suyu, take care of yourself. Don't let the chief cabinet master down. After saying that, the cabinet master slapped his chest. Suyu did not stop him. He let him seriously injure himself and lay trembling on the ground. This was to confuse the sinful Lady Palace and make them think that Suyu had been rescued. I will be back. Suyu clenched his fists and followed the undying boy to the prison. As they walked, the undying boy took out a bottle of spirit liquid filled with yin and yang. It was the yin and yang hot spring. However, it was the core hot spring. Touching it rashly could easily affect the yin and yang in one's body. She opened her mouth and swallowed the whole bottle. Following that, his entire person underwent a tremendous change. Her bones lengthened, her facial features changed rapidly, and her figure changed subtly. In the blink of an eye, she became a completely different person. Young master. Suyu was surprised. Both her appearance and her aura were exactly the same. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Suyu would not have doubted that she was the real young master. At that moment, 2 caped emperors passed by the prison. Seeing the 2, they were stunned at first, and then bowed to the ground. Greetings, young master. Whom the undying boy even imitated the charm of her voice, which was hollow, indifferent, and emotionless. She didn't even bother to explain, and just left with Suyu. The 2 red-clad monarchs did not even dare to ask anything. Only when they were far away did they slowly get up and continue patrolling without any expression on their faces. Along the way, they encountered several groups of divine warriors of heaven and earth, and even the saint servant who had just been summoned. But without exception, none of them had the slightest suspicion towards them. Just like that, they arrived at the edge of the meteorite without any mishaps. Shockingly, there was a small meteor that had been prepared in advance, hidden in a secret place. It was obvious that she had purposely set this up when she went out for a while. The undying boy pulled Suyu along as he leapt up. He took a deep breath and said, whether we can escape or not depends on this moment. Their giant meteorite must have an extremely advanced method of controlling it, but it's hard to say how advanced it is. Every meteor had been imprinted with the manipulation method of the 10,000 races by the Ecliptic Palace. If one was proficient in the language of a certain race, they would be able to use that race. I'm using the controlling hair of the Thunder Eagle clan, a middle-tier race. If we're more advanced than them, it'll be much easier for us to escape. Otherwise, they would die immediately. This was a gamble, but they had to take it. Think about it carefully. If you stay, they won't kill you for the time being. But if you escape and get caught, based on the way the young palace master acts, you'll be in grave danger. The undying boy stared at Suyu. Think about it carefully. Once this meteor starts to move, it'll definitely alert the young palace master. She left the choice to Suyu. If he made a wrong decision, they would die a horrible death. Of course we'll escape. As always, as long as there was a chance, Suyu wouldn't give up the chance to live. The undying boy stepped forward, activated the formation, and said, okay, then let's take a gamble. I hope my manipulation method is better than theirs. However, Suyu took a step forward and stood on the formation, saying, "However, I'll be the one controlling the meteor." The undying boy was taken aback. "Get out of the way, or we'll both die." She never expected Suyu to act so recklessly at such a critical moment. As soon as the meteor moved, the young palace master was alerted. She broke out in a cold sweat and immediately stepped forward to stop Suyu. Unfortunately, Suyu had already moved. With a loud buzzing sound, the meteor started to move. "It's over." The undying boy's head sank, and he wanted to die. Creak. Almost at the same time as the meteor started to move, a woman with a golden face descended almost instantaneously. She glanced at the situation on the small meteor and, without saying a word, made a grabbing motion in the air. Suyu and the undying boy were both imprisoned, and their bodies and souls couldn't move at all. "I'm dead because of you." The undying boy was speechless. However, the next moment, the meteor under his feet flew out like lightning. That speed and agility made the undying boy dumbfounded. When they came to themselves, they were already hundreds of millions of miles away from the large meteor, and the suppression of the young palace master was greatly weakened. The light wings lightning flash technique of the Heavenly Wings clan, a third-rate race? The undying boy quickly recognized the name of the manipulation method, and his eyes were full of horror. Although the Great Beginning Realm had a common Great Beginning language, each race had its own inherited language. The inherited language was never taught to outsiders, and the higher the level of the race, the more so. How could she not be surprised that the language of a third-rate race like the Heavenly Wings clan was mastered by a small overlord? The young palace master was also caught off guard and grabbed nothing. "You are indeed the person whom the palace master wants to capture, and you even know the language of the Heavenly Wings clan that has never been taught to outsiders." The young palace master's calm tone had a slight ripple. However, it was only a slight ripple. She turned around and returned to the center of the meteor, and immediately activated the meteor. Boom! 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 The deafening roar that oppressed the heavens filled the entire world of nothingness with echoes. The seemingly enormous meteor flew out instantly with a boom. Its speed was no less than that of the small meteor. The undying boy sensed the huge movement behind him and turned around to look. He was almost scared to death. How can such a huge meteor be so fast? If he had been the one controlling the small meteor just now, he would have been caught up in an instant. Fortunately, Suyu had mastered such a high-level manipulation method. She looked at Suyu with deep curiosity in her eyes. What kind of man is he? Is he unable to widen the distance between them? Suyu weaved signs with both hands, and a pair of enormous yin-yang wings flashed behind him. As the wings flapped, together with the small meteor under his feet, they flew 10 billion miles away in an instant. The huge meteor behind him had disappeared without a trace. The undying boy was shocked again. What a powerful yin-yang escape technique. "I'm afraid even the Double Crown Emperor won't be able to catch up with you." The amazing thing was that it could bring the small meteor along with it. Although the young palace master was strong, no matter how strong she was, could she teleport with the entire huge meteor? Suyu was secretly amazed. It was indeed the high-level technique of the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole. It was indeed powerful and extraordinary. However, as Huangfu Liang said, it consumed an unprecedented amount of divine power. In just one move, Suyu's divine power had been depleted by 10%. Glancing behind him, he could no longer see the huge meteor, but Suyu could still feel the feeling of being locked on from afar. Without thinking, Suyu teleported 5 times in a row, crossing a distance of 50 billion miles. The feeling of being locked on was much weaker, but it still existed. At such a long distance, coupled with the weak perception, the other party might not be able to catch up. But in the face of the Triple Crown Emperor, how could Suyu dare to have a trace of carelessness? The 7th flap, another 10 billion miles away. Suyu's divine power had fallen to 30%, but the indistinct feeling of being locked on was still there. Suyu did not hesitate and used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole for the 8th time. At this moment, the feeling of being locked on finally disappeared. The undying boy's perception was even more acute, and he said, "The Triple Crown Emperor is indeed terrifying. Even at such a long distance, he can still leave a trace of being locked on. There's more. Her perception was stronger than Su Yu's. Gritting his teeth, Su Yu used the yin-yang wings of Supreme Pole for the 9th time. Is there more? Su Yu's face was pale, his forehead full of sweat, and his whole body was sore and weak. He could collapse to the ground at any time. With only the last 10% of his divine power left, it was only enough for him to maintain basic movement, and he had no more combat power left. The lock has completely disappeared. The undying boy heaved a sigh of relief, his face full of relief. I never dreamed that we could escape from the pursuit of the Triple Crown Emperor. She still felt like she was in a dream, and it felt surreal. Swoosh. However, at this moment, an obscure grey beam of light pierced through the incomparably long distance of nothingness, accurately aimed at Su Yu, and shot out in an instant. The grey beam of light came quickly and abruptly. By the time the undying boy realized it, the grey beam of light had already penetrated Su Yu's chest. Boom. In just an instant, a huge hole appeared in Su Yu's chest. Balls of grey flames started spreading from Su Yu's chest in all directions. Everything that the flames touched turned into stone. Oh no. It's the rule of the great path of petrification. I have to stop it, or you will be completely petrified. The undying boy's face changed drastically. Quick, soul ejection. There's no other choice. No one had expected the young palace master to be able to unleash such a powerful attack from such a distance. Su Yu clenched his teeth and soul ejection again. Did he have to seize another body and start training from the beginning again? Swish. Su Yu took out the silver fruit and tried to absorb the extraordinary petrification rule. It did work, but it was unusually slow, and he could not absorb it immediately. The remaining petrification rule was still slowly seeping into the rest of his body. He had to concentrate on absorbing it immediately, or he would be in danger. However, he still had to control the meteorite. Once he stopped, the young master would catch up to him again. There's a civilization there. The undying boy understood Su Yu's situation. He looked up and saw a civilization full of dust and sand floating in the nothingness. Su Yu did not hesitate at all. He immediately controlled the meteorite to land on that dust and sand civilization. Boom! The meteorite landed on the civilization, and the deafening sound shocked the entire civilization. Countless strong men rushed over upon hearing the news. The undying boy sensed it and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this is a barbaric civilization, and there are not many divine warriors of heaven and earth. She was worried about what was behind her. Even though they had escaped the lock, the young master would soon discover the existence of the dust and sand civilization if he followed this path. Chapter 1772. After Su Yu landed on the ground, he immediately used his remaining divine energy to stop the petrification rules from spreading to his limbs and bones. The divine power in his body surged and flowed through his meridians, fusing into his bones as he used all his strength to block the attack. In this way, the constant petrification was alleviated and slowly recovered. He needs at least 6 hours. Undying boy deduced. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a bead filled with corpse aura. This was his portable space. As soon as he opened it, 9 demonic figures with monstrous corpse energy appeared. They were the 9 corpse kings. It turned out that other than arranging the escape route, Undying boy had also taken the time to rescue the many corpse kings that were imprisoned. Husband, what happened to your injury? After Zhuji appeared, she immediately noticed that something was wrong with Su Yu, and she rushed over to him with concern. Undying boy said gravely, he was hit by the young temple master's law of petrification, but it doesn't matter. What matters is that if nothing unexpected happens, the young temple master will lose his patience and want to kill him. Looking at the empty, silent void behind him, the undying boy's eyes were grave. With the speed of that giant meteorite, I'm afraid it will catch up with us before Su Yu recovers. Zhu Ji's eyes sharpened. Then what are we waiting for? Aren't you proficient in middle-class manipulation techniques? Let's go. Shaking his head lightly, Undying boy said, the sinful girl palace master is proficient in the most top-notch manipulation technique. We will be chased after in less than 2 hours. Only his manipulation technique is comparable to hers. The expressions of the corpse kings changed. Was he supposed to wait for death here? All of you should leave. Su Yu, whose eyes were still closed, spoke with great difficulty. His expression was filled with pain. The corpse kings hesitated. Su Yu clenched his teeth and shouted, "The sinful woman came here for me, and you are just collateral damage. Even if she captures me, she won't come here to capture you. We'll stay. We can't abandon our comrades in times of danger." Su Yu shook his head. "What's the use of you staying here besides sacrificing yourselves for nothing?" Even the divine emperor of the Sea of Constellations had been easily subdued by the little hall master alone, let alone them. It could be imagined that with the little palace lord's nature, he would definitely not leave the corpse kings behind. He would definitely go on a killing spree and slaughter the 10 of them. There was really no need for them to stay. But the corpse kings couldn't bear it. Zhu Ji said, "Leave." "He's right. There's no point in staying." Not getting a response, Zhu Ji added, "If you still recognize me as your king, then listen to my orders." "What about you?" the corpse king asked. She lowered her head and gazed at Su Yu, who had his eyes closed. Her eyes were filled with happiness. "Ever since our corpse king was reborn, he has been muddle-headed. He only knows how to choose the fire seeds to dispel his desire for revenge. He doesn't know the meaning of rebirth." The corpse kings felt the same way, and their eyes were filled with confusion. They had all thought about this question. Why did they come back to life? Was it just to quell their obsession for revenge? To them, life had no direction and no light. They could only follow their instincts and muddle along until the end of their lives. "I've been looking for a reason to keep going," Zhu Ji said as she leaned on Su Yu's shoulder. She had a tranquil smile on her face. "I think I've found it." When he said, "So what if it's the heavens? Even the world can be abandoned," that's when I knew what I was living for. I'm living to accompany him to grow, flourish, decline, wither, and fall to dust like a slender vine. Even though his heart is straight to the sky, even though he won't look down at me, I'm willing and I have no regrets to accompany him through prosperity and his final fall." Her words were like snow, falling into the deepest part of the hearts of the listeners. A crystal tear rolled down from the corner of the undying boy's eye. She understood that Zhu Ji had chosen the end. She was buried in this moment with the man she loved and the man she had found in life. Her heart was filled with silent sorrow. She didn't know whether she should envy Zhu Ji for finding the meaning of life or mourn the death of her compatriots. "Go, all of you. Flowers bloom and wilt in an orderly manner. I've just chosen the most beautiful ending." Zhu Ji closed her eyes gently. She was like a falling flower on Su Yu's shoulder. Her beauty was bleak and cold. Looking at this scene, the 10 corpse kings moved away silently, their eyes filled with sorrow and tears. This farewell would be forever. No one knew if there would be a next life. Even if there was, could they meet again? But no matter what, Zhu Ji had found her home. She had no regrets even if she died. Su Yu opened his eyes slowly and looked into Zhu Ji's eyes. He said softly, "Open your eyes and look into my eyes." Zhu Ji opened her eyes slowly. What she saw was a pair of enlarged silver-gray pupils. In an instant, 2 lumps of dazzling silver-gray pierced into her eyes. Her brain was in extreme pain. Then, her head sank and her eyes fell into darkness. The undying boy woke up with a start. He turned around and saw Zhu Ji lying unconscious in Su Yu's arms. A silver-gray firebird flew out of Zhu Ji's head and entered Su Yu's eyes. "I'll leave her to you." Su Yu picked her up and sent her to the fallen star. "You should understand her feelings. If you die, her life will be meaningless," the undying boy said. Su Yu shook his head. "That's why I can't let her die with me. I'm not worthy of her sacrifice." His heart had never been with Zhu Ji. How could he bear the weight of her feelings? The undying boy was silent for a moment and nodded slowly. "Okay, I can take her with me. But I can't guarantee whether she will seek death when she wakes up." "Thank you." Su Yu cupped his fists. The undying boy looked at him deeply and said, "You are indeed a unique good man. Zhu Ji didn't misjudge you. Then, farewell." The undying boy turned around and drove the fallen star away quickly. He turned into a speck of light and disappeared into the boundless nothingness. Watching them leave, Su Yu, whose injuries had stabilized a little, immediately left the place. The huge commotion caused by the falling star had attracted a lot of attention, especially from the divine warriors with keen senses. He believed that they were already on their way. After a few simple turns, Su Yu concealed his scent and leaped into an area filled with mountains and forests. Although it was called a mountain, there was no lush vegetation. There was only endless yellow sand. In such an environment, ordinary creatures couldn't survive. Even practitioners rarely came here. After all, spiritual objects couldn't grow here. After traveling for an hour and crossing half of a civilization, he finally found a jade-like oasis in the desert ahead. There were many strong men in the oasis, but the strongest one was only a glazed crystal overlord. After traveling for an hour, Su Yu had to stop and focus on recovering from his injuries. He took out the Azura sword and swept it across the place, creating a pit in the sand. Su Yu immediately leaped into it and continued to absorb the petrification law. Before long, a gust of wind blew past and buried Su Yu completely. After half an hour, several figures of practitioners rushed over and spread out to search. That's strange. I clearly sensed the scent of the glazed crystal overlord. Why did it suddenly disappear? A bearded man looked around. Guest leader, could it be a passing senior? A familiar voice floated over to Su Yu. The bearded man was displeased. Humph. Are you saying I sensed wrongly? No, I didn't mean that. It's just that the Tianlan prefecture is forging the mystic moon elixir. The most important thing is to defend against the invasion of the Tianlan prefecture. It's best not to leave the Tianlan prefecture for too long, the man said carefully, afraid to offend the person in front of him. The bearded man snorted. I don't need you to tell me. Since there's no one, let's go back. Just as the bearded man was about to leave, a trace of the petrification law leaked out. Even though Su Yu managed to control it in time, he was still discovered. Who's there? As the bearded man retreated, he took out his weapon and was on guard. Since he had been discovered, Su Yu decided not to hide anymore. With a shake of his body, he shook off the surrounding sand and revealed himself. Who are you? Why are you hiding in the Tianlan prefecture? The bearded man was afraid that Su Yu was also a glazed crystal overlord, so he didn't attack recklessly. The Tianlan prefecture. It sounded familiar. Are you benefactor? A fat man with sideburns cried out in surprise. Su Yu lifted his eyes and looked over, only to see a dignified youth staring at him in surprise. Is it really you? Benefactor? The young man walked forward in disbelief. He felt like he was dreaming. Benefactor? Su Yu looked at the man carefully and found that he really did look familiar. I'm Tian Jian. My sister is Tian Rulan, and my guest is Li Changqing. We were once helped by Benefactor at the ancient dream altar, the young man said excitedly. Su Yu finally remembered them. They were the 3 participants he had met at the central altar of the ancient dream altar. In the end, Su Yu gave them a piece of the golden flame's forbidden wood and sent them away from the altar. He didn't expect that the 3 of them were not practitioners of the constellation sea, but creatures of the dusty sand civilization not far away. You remember me? That's great. If my sister finds out, she'll be very happy. Tian Jian walked forward and said happily. The bearded man frowned. Do you know each other? We don't just know each other. Benefactor is the great benefactor of the Tianlan prefecture. It's because of him that we... Tian Jian realized that he couldn't reveal that Su Yu had the golden flame's forbidden wood, so he stopped talking in time. In short, Benefactor is the savior of the Tianlan prefecture. Su Yu said, that's too serious. Tian Jian said enthusiastically, Benefactor, why did you come to the dusty sand civilization? My sister and I were planning to go to the Constellation Sea civilization to look for you after we've dealt with the affairs of the Tianlan prefecture to repay you. It was an accident. A meteorite fell in the dusty sand civilization, Su Yu said vaguely. Tian Jian laughed. Could it be God's will? Did it happen to fall near the Tianlan prefecture? If that's the case, I sincerely invite you to come to our place for a talk. Su Yu thought about his own situation and realized that he really needed a safe place to recover from his injuries. Therefore, He agreed without any hesitation. Thank you, Brother Tian. The bearded man put away his weapon and stared at the backs of the two of them. He frowned deeply. The oasis was actually quite large, about the size of the entire North Sea snow region. The strength of the area was complicated, with 7 or 8 influences of various sizes. Their overall strength was almost the same, but the Tianlan prefecture was slightly superior. Chapter 1773. 3 forces had secretly banded together, ready to take advantage of Tianlan Manor's weakness to swallow it whole. Fortunately, Tian Jian and Tian Rulan had accompanied Foreign Minister Li Chongqing to the Constellation Sea civilization and had accidentally obtained a piece of golden flames forbidden wood. They had invited the protection of Emperor Ku Xin, one of the 3 great emperors of the Dusty Sand civilization. Only then did they manage to intimidate the younger generation and diffuse the danger. The bearded man, Yu Hong, was a direct disciple of Emperor Ku Xin. He had replaced his master to oversee the Tianlan Manor. That piece of golden flames forbidden wood had changed the fate of the Tianlan Manor. Hence, Tian Jian was extremely respectful and grateful to Su Yu. Brother Su, my sister also wants to see you, but she is refining a precious elixir and will need another hour. When she comes out, we will hold a feast for you. Hearing that Tian Rulan was busy, Su Yu said, there's no need for a feast. It would be nice if you could arrange a training room for me. He pointed to his chest, where the shocking wound was still there. It was my negligence. I will arrange it for you immediately, Tian Jian said solemnly as he glanced at the wound. Soon, Su Yu was arranged to enter a secret room. Outside the secret room, Yu Hong pondered. Is this person reliable? Tian Jian only smiled. Without him, there would not be the Tianlan Manor today. Let's go and protect Rulan. The divine moon elixir is about to appear. Tian Jian's eyes were filled with anticipation. The divine moon elixir was the top elixir of the Dusty Sand civilization. It had unexpected benefits for the overlords. After consuming it, there was a 90% chance that a silver overlord would break through to the gold overlord level. A 60% chance that a gold overlord would break through to the crystal overlord level. And a 10% chance that a crystal overlord would break through to the peak overlord level. It was miraculous. This elixir recipe was found by Emperor Ku Xin in the ruins of the Dayu Empire. It was unique to him. This time, the Tianlan Manor had tactfully given them an extra reward, a semi-finished divine moon elixir. With a simple refinement by the Tianlan Manor, it would become a complete divine elixir. At the moment, Tian Jian and Tian Rulan were both silver overlords. They urgently needed to improve their abilities. One could imagine how precious this elixir was. Second uncle, why are you here? When Tian Jian rushed back to the alchemy room, he found that Heaven Flowing Blade was also there. Heaven Flowing Blade was the prefecture lord's younger brother. Many years ago, during the struggle for the position of prefecture lord, he was chased away by Tian Jian's father. He had wandered the Dust Sand civilization alone for many years, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This time, when Tianlan Manor was in danger, he received the news from somewhere and rushed back to help Tianlan Manor fend off the enemies. Although the war didn't happen in the end, Tian Liu Dao still cared about the Tianlan Manor. The Tianjian siblings couldn't chase him away, so they let him stay. He had the cultivation of a golden overlord, and could be considered a rare combat power of the Sky Orchid Manor. Heavenly Flowing Blade was gentle and his face was pale. He nodded. How can I not keep an eye on such a big thing? Whether or not Tianlan Manor can have another golden overlord will depend on this pill. Tian Jian smiled, but he felt a little strange. Could it be that after running away from home for so many years, second uncle never resented his father for banishing him? He always felt that second uncle was a little too enthusiastic towards them. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. At this time, the alchemy room was filled with a rich fragrance. Flickering lights seeped through the cracks in the door. The lights reflected in the eyes of the people outside, reflecting a different color. Bang! The sound of a furnace lid hitting the stone wall came from within. The expressions of the 3 people outside changed. The pill was done. Creak! The stone door opened and a beautiful young woman walked out, her forehead beaded with sweat. She held a bronze box in her hand. Inside was the mystic moon pill that had just been refined. Congratulations to the two of you, the mystic moon pill has reached large success. Yu Hong smiled, his gaze sweeping over the bronze box. Tian Jian excitedly stepped forward, preparing to take a peek at the legendary mystic moon pill. Suddenly, a strong fog erupted in the hall. Not only did it block vision, but it also blocked all senses. Who is it? Yu Hong is here, who dares to cause trouble? Yu Hong discovered a strong enemy and struck out with a palm. There was a loud explosion as Yu Hong and a powerhouse fiercely collided. A series of footsteps echoed in the fog. Be careful, this person is extremely strong. He's a mystic crystal overlord. Protect the mystic moon pill, Yu Hong roared. But the enemy had come prepared. How could they fail? In the fog, Tian Rulan groaned in pain. She had been injured. Not good, the bronze box has been stolen, Tian Rulan exclaimed. Who is it? Tian Jian was going crazy. Who could sneak into the Tianlan Manor without anyone knowing? Who could set up the fog in advance? Who could it be? Yu Hong shouted, seal all 5 senses. The Tian siblings and Tian Liu Dao sealed their senses. Roar Yu Hong took a deep breath and exhaled together with pure god power, creating a huge sound wave radiation. In a few breaths, the nearby fog was swept away by the sound wave. Tian Rulan was lying in front of the secret room covered in blood. The bronze box in her hand was gone. Yu Hong was panting. He seemed to have fought with someone. His palms were red and showed signs of fighting. Tian Liu Dao's expression darkened as he gave chase. The others immediately gave chase. But after such a long time, there was no sign of the enemy. Tian Liu Dao walked over quickly and helped Tian Rulan up. He said, "Did you feel anything when that person attacked? Do you have any suspects? The oasis was only so big. All the experts should have seen it. It's useless." Yu Hong's expression darkened. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. That person is a mystic crystal overlord. He's not from the Jadeite oasis. If it was a foreign mystic crystal overlord, Tian Rulan would not be familiar with him. She would not be able to deduce who did it. Tian Rulan shook her head with a pale face. I don't know him. I've never seen him before. Pa Tian Jian's face was red. He punched the wall and roared, "Who is it? Who can sneak in without triggering the Tianlan Manor's formation and ignore Senior Yu's senses? And set it up in advance?" At this point, Yu Hong's eyes were filled with suspicion. This is indeed strange. The mystic crystal overlord might be able to avoid the formation, but how could he avoid my senses? It must be a mole, a mystic crystal overlord who is proficient in hiding his aura. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to do it so perfectly. Tian Jian was stunned. But the only mystic crystal overlord in the manor is Senior Yu. You've been with me the whole time. It can't be you. Yu Hong's eyes flashed. Vice Master, you forgot that there's another mystic crystal overlord in the manor. The one you just saved. Him? Impossible. He's not that kind of person. Tian Jian shook his head without hesitation. He could give away the golden flame's forbidden wood. Why would he care about the mystic moon elixir? What a joke. Tian Rulan covered her chest and wiped off the divine blood. She asked suspiciously, "Big brother, who did you save?" Tian Jian frowned. "It's our benefactor. He was injured and fell nearby. I brought him back to treat his injuries. I wanted to hold a feast for him after the mystic moon elixir was successfully refined. Who knew there would be such a mistake? Ah, benefactor is here." Tian Rulan's face was filled with surprise. "Humph, what benefactor? He's the suspect." Yu Hong interrupted her joy. Tian Rulan said righteously, "Benefactor can't be the suspect." Yu Hong curled his lips. "Is that so? The mystic crystal overlord is good at hiding his aura. He's also a mole. Hehe, who else could it be other than him?" Hearing that, Tian Jian's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, when they were searching for that desert, Yu Hong hadn't discovered Su Yu even though he was close at hand. It was obvious that Su Yu was very good at hiding his aura. It could be explained that he didn't alarm the spell outside and even set up the dense fog in advance. The most irrefutable part was that Suyu was also the mystic crystal overlord. The most suspicious thing is that your so-called benefactor didn't come earlier or later. He came when the mystic moon elixir was born. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Everything pointed to Suyu. No one could refute that. Tian Liu Dao frowned. Tian Jian, you're too rash. How could you bring an outsider in at such a critical moment? You're partly responsible for the loss of the mystic moon elixir. Yu Hong let out a cold grunt. Don't say anything else. Let's meet that benefactor first. Humph. Regardless of how Tian Jian and Tian Rulan tried to stop them, the two of them strode forward, rushing to the secret chamber. Suyu's injuries had recovered by 20 to 30%. He no longer needed to use his full strength. Sensing the two aggressive auras pressing down on him, he naturally opened his eyes. Benefactor of the Tianlan Manor, I have some questions to ask you. Yu Hong did not hold back, kicking open the stone door. Suyu's expression was calm. Speak. His arrogant demeanor angered Yu Hong. Let me ask you, where did you hide the mystic moon elixir? What's that? Suyu asked. Haha, stop pretending. I can't help but admire your acting skills. You can still remain calm even when you're here. Tian Liu Dao looked Suyu up and down. Young hero, the mystic moon elixir is the lifesaver of the Tianlan Manor. Please hand it over and we will still recognize you as our benefactor. Suyu stood up. How strange. I didn't take anything from you. He could tell from their tone that they suspected Suyu of stealing something from them. Since he was already suspected to this extent, there was no point for Suyu to stay any longer. Moreover, the sinful Lady Palace would soon discover the Dust Sand civilization, so he had to make preparations. If that's the case, please cooperate with us. Tian Liu Dao's expression darkened. Yu Hong immediately pounced forward, laughing coldly. Surrender now. If you weren't injured, I might have been afraid of you. But now. Humph. Suyu glanced at him, then walked past him and nodded slightly at Tian Jian and Tian Rulan. Thank you for your hospitality. Goodbye. Tian Jian hurriedly said, Wait, that wasn't our intention. Knowing that Suyu had misunderstood, Tian Rulan hurriedly said, Benefactor, let me explain. However, as Yu Hong pounced forward, the yin and yang energy around Suyu flickered, and he disappeared into thin air. Disappeared? Tian Liu Dao was shocked. Yu Hong's eyes flashed as he looked at the sky behind him. What a powerful speed divine technique. Tian Jian and Tian Rulan's faces darkened. They didn't believe that Suyu was such a person. Ever since they came into contact with the ancient dream altar, they knew what kind of person Suyu was. It was all Yu Hong's fault. Elder Yu, how could you make such a decision? Tian Jian questioned. Unexpectedly, Yu Hong turned his head coldly. Shut up. Who do you think you are? How dare you question me? Tian Liu Dao hid his hands in his sleeves and stood beside Yu Hong casually. He said calmly, Nephew Tian Jian, what you did was wrong. How could you disrespect Lord Yu? Kneel down and apologize. What? Tian Jian couldn't think straight. Chapter 1774. Moreover, making him a young mansion master, Neil would represent the entire Tianlan mansion. Wouldn't that mean that Tianlan mansion would submit to Yu Hong? Second uncle, why are you helping outsiders? Tian Rulan was as straightforward as ever. I only stand on the side of reason. Tian Rulan's face darkened. Second uncle, don't forget that this is Tianlan mansion and we took you in. If you want to stand on the side of outsiders, please leave. Leave? Where are you going? Skystream Blade shrugged. Tianlan Manor is mine. Why should I leave? Hey! The Tianjian siblings finally sensed that something was wrong even though they did not know anything. Tianjian shouted, Second uncle, be careful with your word. Father's last wish was to pass the position to me, not you. Tian Liu Dao's face gradually revealed the fierceness he had been suppressing for a long time. He grinned, It was your father who stole it from me. That's your previous generation's business. Tianlan Mansion is under me and Tianlan Mansion is loyal to me. They won't change their master just because of your words, Tianjian said righteously. Hee hee, how naive. I really don't understand how the two of you came back alive from the ancient dream altar. Tianlan Mansion's face was filled with killing intent. The two of you are dead. I'm the only one left to be loyal to. Ah. Tianjian and Tian Rulan shuddered. No wonder Tianlan Mansion suddenly returned after their father's death. He coveted the position of Tianlan Mansion's mansion master. Tianjian had long felt that something was wrong. So that's why. You've thought it through? Tianlan Mansion laughed. But what you didn't expect was that I was the one who instigated those three forces to swallow up Tianlan Mansion. What? Tianlan Mansion rushed back to help Tianlan Mansion because he wanted to cooperate with the enemy. Thinking of this, the siblings felt a chill down their spine. What was even colder was yet to come. Senior Yu, so you were also bribed by him? Aren't you afraid of Emperor Ku-Shin punishing you? Tianjian asked. He was ordered by Emperor Ku-Shin to come and protect Tianlan Mansion. Wouldn't the emperor be angry if he did something that went against the emperor's wishes? Yu Hong laughed mockingly. I'll report to Sovereign Ku-Shin. You were all killed by that old friend who just escaped. Sovereign, what can you do to me? Don't tell me that I will punish me for two insignificant ants like you. Tianjian gritted his teeth and suppressed the rage in his heart. Senior Yu, we can give you whatever the Skystream Saber gave you. Haha, you won't be able to give it to me. Yu Hong laughed. What I want is for Tianlan Manor to obey my orders from now on, and your second uncle is obviously more sensible than you two siblings. The two siblings' hearts thumped as if they'd fallen into an icy hole, and their hearts were as cold as it could be. Yu Hong couldn't even take a step forward. His powerful aura made it hard for the siblings to breathe, let alone resist. Originally, I wanted to kill you and your sister in the mist, but you had an old friend of the mystic crystal overlord, which was more or less troublesome. So, I drove him away with a little trick and framed him for your death. In this way, it would be more justifiable. What? The ones who snatched the mystic moon pill were also them? The siblings came to a realization. What foreign enemies? It was clearly Yu Hong and the Skystream Saber's self-directed act. Yu Hong's palms touched each other and pretended to be an attack from the outside. That was why his palms were red. And the one who injured Tian Rulan was the Skystream Saber. What a well-planned show. Tian Rulan and Tian Jian's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They were being played like monkeys. I'll kill you. Tian Rulan screeched and pounced forward to fight. Yu Hong's lips curled up. He flicked his pinky, and a large amount of god power turned into a javelin that pierced towards her chest. How could a silver overlord block an attack from a mystic crystal overlord? Just as he was about to be killed, a jet-black sword energy swept over from the sky. The javelin formed from Yu Hong's god power was instantly shattered. At the same time, the sword energy's momentum didn't decrease as it headed straight for Yu Hong. Facing this sudden attack, Yu Hong hurriedly took out his weapon to defend. But that sword energy was terrifyingly strong, and the weapon flew out of his hand. Which senior is it? I am the last disciple of Emperor Ku-Shin. Please have mercy on me. Yu Hong was horrified. In the instant that they exchanged blows, he knew that he had met a powerful fighter who was far above him. Only a half-heaven and earth divine warrior could possess such an irresistible force. I'm not considered a senior. I'm just an old friend of the Tianlan Manor. An ethereal voice reverberated from the sky. Old friend? What old friend? Would the Tianlan Manor have such a high and mighty old friend like a half-heaven and earth divine warrior? Yu Hong's mind was filled with thoughts. It wasn't until the fierce sword energy split him into two and even his divine soul was destroyed that he saw the so-called old friend of the Tianlan Manor before he closed his eyes. A handsome young man with flowing silver hair and a crown floated down, holding a blood sword in his hand. Yu Hong's eyes that were about to close were wide open. He died with a grievance. How could it be him, an injured mystic crystal overlord? Filled with doubt, Yu Hong's life force was extinguished. A crisp sound rang out from his chest, and several pieces of broken jade slid out. That was the life token. His death must have been transmitted to another life token. Tian Jian and Tian Rulan felt like they were in a dream. They looked at Su Yu, who had suddenly returned and killed the mystic crystal overlord with a single strike. Especially Yu Hong's terrified pleading before he died, it was impossible to forget. Someone as strong as Yu Hong couldn't even defeat a severely injured Su Yu. No, to be precise, he couldn't even block a single strike from Su Yu. How terrifying was Su Yu at his peak? What level had he risen to in 2 years? A peak overlord, or a half heaven and earth divine warrior? Su Yu landed and smiled at the two of them. Without turning his head, he said, "Take another step and you die." Only then did the brother and sister realize that Tian Liu Dao had sneaked out of the Great Hall and was about to escape. After being warned by Su Yu, Tian Liu Dao maintained his stance, not daring to move an inch. After witnessing Su Yu's terrifying swordsmanship, how could he dare say a word of defiance? "I'll leave this to you," Su Yu said to the brother and sister. After all, he was from the Tianlan manor. It would be better to let the Tianjian siblings deal with him. Tian Rulan's eyes were filled with hatred. Traitorous and colluding with the enemy. Of course I'll kill him with a single strike to eliminate any future troubles. Swish, she drew her sword, about to end Tian Liu Dao's life. "Sister, wait." Tian Jian stopped her. "Why are you stopping me? This kind of heartless and unscrupulous thing. Kill them all." Tian Rulan was indignant. Tian Jian said calmly, "Of course we can't let him go. But we have to investigate which Oasis force's second uncle has befriended, right? Even if the Tianlan Manor seeks revenge in the future, we'll have a list of targets." Tian Rulan felt that his words made sense. "Humph, I'll spare your worthless life. But..." Then, a hint of viciousness flashed in her eyes. "You can be spared, but you can't escape death." Creak, a cold sword energy flashed past, piercing Tian Liu Dao's abdomen, intending to destroy his internal organs and destroy his cultivation base. Clang, unexpectedly, the sword energy was blocked by Tian Liu Dao's powerful divine strength when it struck his abdomen. Even if he didn't retaliate, it wouldn't be easy for the Silver Overlord to hurt the Gold Overlord. "You dare to resist?" Tian Rulan's face was flushed with anger. She glanced at Su Yu from the corner of her eye, as if she had been humiliated. Su Yu flicked his wrist and drew a sword flower. A black sword energy pierced forward, easily piercing through Tian Liu Dao's internal organs. Tian Liu Dao's face was pale as he clutched his abdomen in pain. The divine strength in his internal organs was overflowing uncontrollably. "Guards, suppress him and keep a close watch." Tian Rulan bellowed angrily. She wished she could stomp on him a few times. How could he embarrass her in front of Su Yu? How hateful. Su Yu laughed. He sucked Yu Hong's corpse over to him. With a simple search, he found Yu Hong's storage space that he carried with him. He tossed it to the siblings. "See if the lost item is still inside." The siblings opened it immediately and easily found the bronze box that had been stolen. Tian Rulan held the bronze box and felt relieved. She said joyfully, "Thank you, benefactor, thank you." Tianjian was extremely grateful as well. He said, "We are ashamed. Benefactor saved us again, and we even caused you to suffer such a great injustice. But that was not our intention. We believe that Benefactor is not that kind of person. We did not lie." Waving his hand, Su Yu said, "It is precisely because I know that I came back." He had been wrongly accused, and it was by two strong men whose cultivation was far superior to the Tianjian siblings. How profound was Su Yu's calculation? He could see through this little trick with a glance. Hence, he pretended to leave, but was actually observing in secret. Only when he had confirmed it did he take swift measures. Hearing this, the Tianjian siblings heaved a sigh of relief. "Benefactor, you are so righteous. It is a great honor for the Tianlan Manor to know you," Tianjian exclaimed in his heart. Meeting Su Yu was indeed a blessing that they could not obtain even in a few lifetimes. As he spoke, Tianjian returned the storage space. Su Yu said, "I have given it to you. Take it." There should be many good things in the storage space of the glazed crystal overlord. For Su Yu, the storage space was useless, but it would be of great benefit to the siblings. "Ah! How can I accept this?" Tianjian hurriedly refused, his expression turning serious. "Moreover, this thief's master is Emperor Ku Xin. How would we dare to take his things? If Emperor Kushin were to question us, it would be a disaster. Benefactor, you have killed Yu Hong, and you have caused great trouble. Please hide quickly, Tian Rulan said. Tian Rulan said, although our Tianlan manor isn't some worldly spiritual manor, we have an extraordinary treasure that can isolate us from the outside world. Even a sovereign might not be able to do so. Big Brother Su can temporarily hide in there. An emperor of heaven and earth. If it was an emperor of heaven and earth, even if Su Yu could not kill him, he would not be afraid. Just take it. Emperor Kushin is there, and I will explain the situation, Su Yu said. Tian Rulan was not frightened by Su Yu's tone. Which emperor of heaven and earth would be so easy to talk to? Especially after killing his disciple, and then explaining the situation to him? His nonchalant tone really gave them a fright. Big Brother Su, it's better to have one less thing to worry about. Hurry up and hide, we'll explain everything. Tian Rulan urged. Chapter 1775. Even though they were slightly familiar with Emperor Kushin, they still felt uneasy. Killing Yu Hong was a huge problem. They hoped that Emperor Kushin would be understanding and not make things difficult for the Tianlan manor after hearing the truth. The siblings exchanged glances, preparing to say something. But Su Yu calmly said, "There's no need. He's already here." Su Yu glanced at the broken pieces of the life tablet in Yu Hong's arms, then looked up at the horizon. The Tianjian siblings could not sense it, but he could sense a powerful aura rapidly approaching. It must be Emperor Kushin, who had sensed his disciple Yu Hong's death. What? He's here. The Tianjian siblings' hearts skipped a beat. In their panic, they could not think of an excuse. Whoosh! A series of flames flickered in and out of the horizon, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. That was some kind of extremely tyrannical creature rushing over at high speed. The siblings panicked even more as they watched the flames rush towards the Tianlan manor. Who killed my beloved disciple? Boom! The fireball crashed down with explosive force, creating a high-temperature shockwave that instantly destroyed half of the Tianlan manor. Hundreds of people from the clan were vaporized by the impact. Only then did the earth-shattering roar resound. The Tianjian siblings fainted. It was over. With Emperor Kushin's rage, there was no way he would listen to any explanation. A sense of foreboding, as if a great disaster was about to befall them, tightly lingered in their hearts. Tian Rulan's heart was in her throat. She mustered up her courage and said in a trembling voice, "Elder Kushin, this is what happened, Elder Yu." However, before she could finish her sentence, Su Yu calmly said, "I killed your disciple, and the reason was that I didn't like him. Let's drop this matter here, and you can go back to where you came from. We don't need to damage our relationship because of a small ant." Tian Rulan was dumbfounded, and so was Tianjian. Who was he talking to? The divine emperor of heaven and earth. Did he not want to die fast enough? Even Emperor Kushin, who had rushed over angrily, was stunned. Then, he stared at Su Yu ferociously as if he was staring at an ignorant fool. He said in an eerie voice, "I don't care who you are or what abilities you have. Since you killed my disciple, I will make you beg for death." Su Yu sheathed the Shura sword and took out the royal scepter dragon sword. "Fine," he said calmly. "I never expected to convince you with words anyway. Little Kailin," Su Yu shouted as he waved his sword. The dragon-shaped sword energy pierced through the sky. The terrifying aura that was comparable to that of a divine warrior of heaven and earth scared Sovereign Kushin, and he hurriedly resisted. But just as he made his move, a pink mist flashed before his eyes, and a pink little Cheline exuding the power of desolation swung its hoof at his face. The seemingly soft strike caused Sovereign Kushin's body to sway and blood to flow from his 7 orifices. His whole body was sent flying like a stone. That terrifying sword was unstoppable as it slashed into his chest. Rumble! Emperor Kushin's body was sliced open, leaving a hideous gash in his body. Large amounts of his emperor's blood splattered everywhere, forming lush spiritual veins nearby. After smashing through countless ancient trees, he finally fell into the dust and sand. The Tianjian siblings, who were watching from the side, were petrified. They did not even blink and forgot to breathe as they stared at the unbelievable scene before them. A dignified divine warrior of heaven and earth had been injured by a single blow. First, it was Su Yu's earth-shattering sword, and now, it was the unexpected little Chelene. They were shocked beyond belief. Cough, cough, Sovereign Ku Shin crawled out of the dust and sand, his eyes filled with shock. He stared at the little Chelene and the royal scepter dragon sword in Su Yu's hands. Su Yu actually had a spiritual pet of a divine warrior of heaven and earth. And an extremely terrifying royal scepter dragon sword. Continue. Su Yu said calmly as he prepared to swing his sword again. The little Chelene was also playing with its hoof, ready to rush forward and hit him again. Wait. Stop. Stop. Sovereign Ku Shin said hurriedly. His anger had dissipated. Instead, he cupped his hands at them and smiled apologetically. It's just a misunderstanding. Since we are fellow cultivators, why get angry over such a trivial matter? No divine warrior of heaven and earth would be willing to fight to the death with someone of the same cultivation level. What about your disciple? Su Yu asked. Hearing that, Sovereign Ku Shin said, can you give me an explanation? After all, he is my disciple. If he dies just like that, I will have to give an explanation to the outside world. Tian Rulan's heart skipped a beat. She immediately explained, this is what happened. She told him everything in detail. If you don't believe me, we left Tian Liu Dao alive so that you can search his soul. Sovereign Ku Shin waved his hands and said in a friendly manner, I trust Miss Tian's character. I never thought that I would take in such an evil disciple. Heaving a deep sigh, he said, by killing him, you have done me a favor. Cupping his fists, Sovereign Ku Shin said, since this is just a misunderstanding, I will take my leave now. Now that they had found a way out, they had to leave immediately. Were they going to wait for the rest of the divine warriors of heaven and earth to come and watch? Wait. You are leaving just like that. What about the damage you have caused to the Tianlan Manor? Su Yu pointed at the ruins beneath his feet. Sovereign Ku Shin suppressed his anger. Su Yu had killed his disciple, and now he was asking for an apology. How could he bully someone like that? Tian Rulan tugged at Su Yu's sleeves carefully and said in a low voice, Benefactor, forget it. This is already good enough. Su Yu ignored her and said, since I am an old friend of the Tianlan Manor, I will naturally seek justice for them. Why? Is Sovereign Ku Shin planning to go back on his word? As he spoke, he raised the royal dragon sword. The little Kylin also rubbed its palms together, looking as if it wanted to continue. Sovereign Ku Shin's eyelids twitched. He hurriedly took out a transparent bottle of medicine. It was filled with colorful elixirs. It was the Mystic Moon Elixir. Miss Tian, this is a little compensation. I hope you will accept it. Sovereign Ku Shin handed it over, his face full of apology. Tian Rulan was overwhelmed by the favor. She remembered clearly how Sovereign Ku Shin had treated her and her brother like ants when they had offered up the golden flames forbidden wood. They could not stand the way he treated them now, as if they were friends on equal terms. Thank you, Sovereign Ku Shin. Tian Rulan was about to kneel down to thank him. Su Yu glared at Sovereign Ku Shin. He shivered and immediately helped her up. He said kindly, don't mention it. I was in the wrong first. This bottle of elixirs is compensation. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come and look for me anytime. Ah! Tian Rulan's body felt light as if her soul had left her body. Today's experience was too magical. All right, I will take my leave now. Sensing the aura of several divine warriors of heaven and earth approaching, Sovereign Ku Shin left hurriedly. Tian Rulan, who had finally regained her senses, looked at Su Yu with gratitude and admiration. She murmured, Benefactor, how can I repay you? Hey! Benefactor? Sovereign Ku Shin, who had not gone far, had a flash of greed in his eyes. Benefactor? Was he the one who had given them the golden flames forbidden wood? He walked away quietly, pretending not to have heard anything. Su Yu said, it was nothing. Don't worry about it. What is the treasure you were talking about just now? Can I have a look? Su Yu asked. Ah! Does my benefactor want this item to repay me? But Tian Rulan and Tian Jian were not reluctant. Compared to what Su Yu had given them, a mere treasure was nothing. Come with us. Tian Rulan led Su Yu back to the Tianlan Manor. They went to the elixir refining room, A snow-white elixir furnace that looked like a jade artifact appeared in front of them. "This is it," Tian Rulan said. "This is the elixir furnace that has been passed down in the Tianlan manner. It has an extraordinary effect on isolating auras." Su Yu looked at it and found it strange. Even if an emperor-based saint artifact was placed in front of him, Su Yu would be able to tell its grade at a glance. But this jade artifact was the only thing he could not tell. The little Cheline widened its purple eyes and circled around the jade artifact curiously. It clicked its tongue and said, "A failed Dao artifact. The ancestors of your Tianlan manor are quite lucky to be able to pick up such a treasure." A failed doctrine artifact. Su Yu was shocked. Didn't that mean it was a peerless treasure? The little Kailin had the same thought as Su Yu. It said, "A failed item and a finished product are two different things. A failed item can be said to be worthless. Be it its function or its crafting attribute, it is worthless. It is even worse than an ordinary imperial divine weapon. No wonder. If a failed doctrine artifact was valuable, the tiny Tianlan manor would not have been able to preserve it for so long. The aura isolation of this item is indeed exquisite." Su Yu examined it. Although it was a failed doctrine artifact, because of the attribute of the material, it was able to isolate auras extremely well. Even the young master might not be able to see through the elixir furnace, let alone ordinary emperors. Unless the young master opened the elixir furnace himself, he would not be able to detect Su Yu with just a glance. Could the young master examine it so carefully? Even if they had many emperors, it would still take them hundreds of years to turn the dust sand civilization upside down. "I was rescued from a hopeless situation." Su Yu sighed as he looked up at the sky. "The heavens have not forsaken me." He had not intended to help the Tianlan manor, but he had obtained a chance to escape from a hopeless situation. Su Yu, who did not believe in fate, suddenly had a feeling that everything was predetermined. "Brother Su, you are too serious. If you like it, you can take it. We don't make elixirs often anyway," Tian Rulan said readily. Su Yu said, "I am not asking for it. I just want to borrow it to avoid being hunted down." Hunted down? Tian Jian recalled Su Yu's situation when he fell into the dust sand civilization. He asked in surprise, "Who can hunt you down?" With the strength that Su Yu had displayed, could there be a heaven and earth divine warrior hunting him down? "A powerful enemy that you cannot imagine," Su Yu said solemnly. Su Yu said solemnly as he sized up the two of them. He then said, "To avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to you, I need to remove your memories of me." With Su Yu's current soul attainments, it was a piece of cake for him. Tian Jian and his sister said without hesitation, "As long as you don't expose us, Brother Su, we are willing." Removing one's soul was quite dangerous, but they agreed readily. It showed how much trust they had in Su Yu. "Great." Su Yu's eyes shot out two gloomy white lights. The siblings felt a sharp pain in their souls, and they passed out on the spot. Chapter 1776. Half an hour later, the brother and sister woke up and looked around blankly. Big brother, what happened to us?" "Ah. My God, why do I have a whole bottle of Mystic Moon Supreme pills?" "Hiss, 10 pills, how is that possible?" "Wait, where's Senior Yu? Isn't he guarding us while we make the pills?" The brother and sister fell into great shock. Then, a giant shadow loomed over them. The dazzling sun seemed to be blocked by something and was slowly swallowed. The sky lost its color, the sun and moon lost their light, and the entire dusty sand civilization fell into darkness. The remaining 4 divine warriors of heaven and earth of the dusty sand civilization looked up in shock. From the giant shadow above them, they felt a powerful aura that they had never felt in their lives. Sovereign Ku Xin was on his way back. He stared at the shadow above him in shock. A bad feeling filled his heart. Without thinking, he turned around and ran. However, he had only taken a few steps when a woman in purple appeared. Her body was graceful, and there was a faint purple glow on her face. "The sinful Lady Palace invites you." Without saying anything, the purple dress captured him and brought him to the meteorite. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the depths of a mysterious bronze-colored hall. There were more than 30 divine warriors of heaven and earth around him. He gasped at the sight of so many divine warriors. At the same time, he was shocked to find that the 4 divine warriors of the Dusty Sand civilization had all been captured. A meteorite fell on this civilization. Is that true? A dreamy voice floated over. Looking toward the voice, a woman with golden light on her face was sitting in front of him. She was emitting a terrifying aura that could shock one's soul. Facing this woman, Sovereign Kushin's legs turned to jelly and he couldn't stop shaking. Speak. The woman in golden light was not angry. The 4 divine warriors nodded. Yes, yes. We sensed something colliding with the civilization, but when we went to investigate, there was only a crater left. There was nothing. The woman in golden light thought for a while. Her white finger drew in the air and formed a lifelike human figure. Have you seen this person before? The 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth were confused and shook their heads. Only Sovereign Kushin's eyes flickered, but for some reason, he also shook his head. The woman in golden light was disappointed. Then you are all useless. Grant me the holy pill. The 4 emperors were at a loss. What was a holy pill? Ziyi took out 4 holy pills and fed them to the first martial emperor. The pill's effects immediately took effect. With a pained howl, the emperor who had swallowed the holy pill actually transformed into a woman. The next emperor did the same, turning into a woman. When it was the 3rd sovereign's turn, he protested. May I ask, how did we offend you, sir? Why did you? In the end, what made people's hair stand on end was that before he could finish speaking, he was flicked by the little finger of the golden lady, and this emperor was turned into ashes on the spot. No one is allowed to question my decision, the golden lady said indifferently. Sovereign Kushin trembled in fear. When he saw Purple Robe pass the holy pill to him, he hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy. Senior, please have mercy. I've seen this person before. I know where he is. The purple-robed woman's hand gesture stopped and she stepped aside. The golden lady said coldly, then, why did you shake your head just now? When facing such a formidable senior, how could he dare conceal it? He said, Junior was greedy and wanted to take all the treasures in his possession for myself. I wasn't willing to allow Senior and the others to capture it, so I lied. A trace of killing intent immediately locked onto him. Sovereign Kushin was so frightened that he kept kowtowing. He was extremely terrified. After a while, the killing intent slowly receded. You lied to me. I should have given you a chance. But if what you said is true, help me find this person, and I'll spare your life. Sovereign Kushin trembled. I'm absolutely telling the truth. I'm definitely not lying. Lead the way. The golden lady said indifferently. Rumble, the golden lady, purple robe, and purple crown brought Sovereign Kushin out of the fallen star and appeared in front of Tianlan Mansion. The golden lady's eyes swept over them calmly. She said coldly, his aura isn't here. You lied to me to save your own life, right? Sovereign Kushin was so frightened that he almost cried. I didn't lie. I just fought with him. Impossible, he must be nearby. But why wasn't his aura around? Could it be that he hid his aura? Sovereign Kushin asked. The golden lady was silent, but her killing intent surged. Purple Robe said indifferently, the young palace lord's eyes have been refined to the highest level. No one's aura can hide from her eyes. It seems that you lied. His ending would be even more miserable than the third sovereign who died tragically. No. Sovereign Kushin shouted in his heart. Perhaps due to the pressure of death, Sovereign Kushin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait a minute, I remember now. It's said that the Sky Orchid Manor has a unique alchemy cauldron that has extraordinary effects in isolating auras. Could it be that he is hiding in there? Purple Robe shook her head. I said that nothing can hide from the young palace lord's eyes. Thinking of the fallen star that left, Purple Robe said, Young palace lord, maybe they just stopped for a while and immediately left the Dusty Sand civilization. Maybe, the golden lady said. But she still walked toward Tianlan Mansion. Young palace lord. Purple Robe called out softly. The golden lady said indifferently, he didn't lie. There's a special item here that blocked my eyes. Hearing this, Sovereign Kushin heaved a sigh of relief. But his back was already drenched in cold sweat. That was close. He almost passed by the gates of hell. In an instant, everyone teleported in front of that item. The Tianjian siblings were sorting out their thoughts. After a while, they realized that Yu Hong had left a bottle of divine moon elixir and left under Sovereign Kushin's orders. As for why they had fainted, it must have been because something had gone wrong while refining the divine moon elixir, which had caused some kind of shockwave that had hurt them. Just as they were thinking, a strong wave suddenly appeared behind them. The siblings turned back in shock. When they looked closely, they saw 4 people. Among them was Sovereign Kushin. "Ah, Sovereign Kushin, why are you here?" Tian Rulan and Tianjian knelt down respectfully. Sovereign Kushin did not dare say a word. His eyes were fixed on the Golden Lady. With a wave of her robe, the door of the elixir cultivation room burst open, revealing a jade-colored alchemy furnace. A failed doctrine artifact. The young palace lord was slightly surprised. She squinted her eyes. If Su Yu is really in the Dusty Sand civilization, the only place he could hide is this alchemy furnace. She could not help but believe Sovereign Kushin's words. Ziyi and Ziguan were also surprised. They surrounded the elixir cultivation room from the front and back to prevent Su Yu from escaping. The young palace lord stepped into the secret room and stared at the alchemy furnace. Sovereign Kushin was very confident that Su Yu could not escape the Dusty Sand civilization in such a short time. He must be in the alchemy furnace. "Open." The young palace lord waved her sleeves and the lid of the cauldron flew away. What greeted everyone's eyes was an empty expanse of space. Nothing. Sovereign Kushin's heart fell from heaven to hell. No, how could this be? How could he not be here? Sovereign Kushin staggered backward. When he saw the young palace lord, he screamed in fear, "I am not lying. If you don't believe me, you can ask the siblings. They must have arranged for Su Yu to hide here." The young palace lord looked at the siblings and said, "Search their souls." Ziyi and Ziguan each took one of them and immediately began searching their souls. After a moment, they shook their heads. "There is no recent memory of Su Yu. The only memory we have is from 2 years ago. How could this be? Their memories must have been erased by someone." Sovereign Kushin shouted anxiously, "If you don't believe me, search my soul. I have fought him before. I must have his memories." The young palace lord slowly extended her finger and flicked it. Ah! A pitiful scream pierced through the heavens and earth. It stopped abruptly. "Young palace lord, why don't you search his soul?" Ziyi asked. The young palace lord said indifferently, "I cannot tolerate being lied to again. There is no need. He is merely stalling for time." If he had admitted to meeting Su Yu from the start, the young palace lord might have believed him. However, he had lied from the start, and his words had been inconsistent with the truth. The young palace lord's patience had been completely exhausted. "Let's go. Let's catch up to that small meteorite." The young palace lord took a step and returned to the big meteorite in an instant. He glanced at the 2 newly joined holy servants and said, "Let's go." At that moment, 2 yellow light divine warriors hurried over. "We have an urgent matter to report." "Speak." The 2 yellow light divine warriors presented a jade scroll. "We searched the soul of a cultivator named Hu Xiaodai. We found something strange. He came from the Dao Tai cage, and he did so through an ancient spell." The young palace master, who remained calm, suddenly stood up and pulled the jade strip over. She glanced at it and immediately scanned through the information. The golden light on her face fluctuated violently, and her voice was tinged with excitement. "Return. The mission to capture Su Yu has been downgraded to a 2nd-level mission, and the mission to rescue the palace lord has been upgraded to a 1st-level mission." "What?" All the palace members were shocked. The young palace lord gripped the jade scroll tightly. She was extremely excited. Not only had they confirmed the location of the Dao Tai cage, but they had also found the ancient spell that could transport them into the Dao Tai cage. If they succeeded, they would definitely be able to rescue the sinful girl. Compared to that, capturing Su Yu was secondary. "Ziyi, you will lead 10 palace members and continue to hunt for Su Yu." The young palace lord ordered. "Yes." Ziyi led the 10 palace members onto the spare small meteorite and left the big meteorite to continue their pursuit of the missing small meteorite. Rumble, the huge meteorite sped towards the civilization of the Sea of Constellations. The Dusty Sand civilization had seen the light again, but the 4 great divine warriors of heaven and earth would never return. Pop, Tianlan Mansion, Jade Cauldron in the elixir refining room. The lid of the cauldron was gently lifted. Inside, which had been empty, appeared the little Kailin and Su Yu. Phew. That was close. Fortunately, I have learned my own life-saving magical power. The little Kailin looked like it had just survived a disaster. It turned out that the moment the lid of the cauldron was lifted, the little Kailin had activated the magical power of turning solid into nothingness, turning both it and Su Yu into nothingness. Unlike the visible nothingness of the past, this time it was real nothingness. Not only was its form nothingness, but its aura was also nothingness. That was how it was able to avoid the eyes of the young palace lord that could see through all auras. Why didn't you say so earlier if you had such an ability? I was worried for nothing. Su Yu pinched the little Kailin's cheek. Chapter 1777. The little Kailin was gasping for air as it spoke. Su Yu stroked her head and comforted her gently. He was greatly relieved. He had survived a great calamity and avoided a calamity. Without the Jade Cauldron, he would have died. Without the supreme divine skill of the little Kailin, he would have died. Without the stubbornness of the young palace master, he would have killed King Kushin in time. He would have died if he had missed even one of the 3 stages. He was extremely lucky to have survived this time. Ah. Benefactor, why are you here? Tianjian and his sister, who had lost their memories, looked terrified as if they had seen a ghost. Su Yu was speechless. His eyes shone brightly and pierced into their souls. The memory that had been removed previously entered their minds again. The 2 of them shuddered, and Tianjian blurted out, "Brother Su, are you safe now?" Tian Rulan also looked at him with concern. Su Yu nodded and smiled. "Thanks to you, the enemy is gone." "That's great." The 2 of them smiled sincerely. After that, Su Yu focused on recovering from his injuries without any worries. After several days, Su Yu had not only recovered, but his divine power had also been restored to its peak. "Congratulations, Brother Su." Tian Rulan smiled sweetly. Tianjian said, "We have prepared a banquet for you. You don't have to refuse. It's just the 3 of us." Su Yu didn't refuse. He drank and chatted with the 2 of them. After listening to Su Yu's experiences in the past 2 years, Tian Rulan was intoxicated. She exclaimed, "What a legendary experience." Tianjian's eyes were also full of envy. "Brother Su's experiences are beyond our imagination. No wonder you have become a crystal overlord from a mortal fairy stage 4 in just 2 years. Your experiences are even more legendary than myth. I really don't know where we got our blessings to know you, Brother Su." His words were sincere, without any intention of flattery. Su Yu just smiled. To him, such a mythical experience was nothing out of the ordinary. "Brother Su, if you have nothing else to do, why don't you settle down in the Dust Sand civilization? I've heard that the 4 kings have been captured by your enemies. In the Dust Sand civilization, Brother Su can be the king," Tianjian suggested. Su Yu pondered for a moment and shook his head slowly. "The path of martial arts is like sailing a boat against the current. If I don't advance, I will fall behind. I have a long way to go, and I can't stop now," Su Yu said with a resolute gaze. When the Tianjian siblings heard this, they were both ashamed and fascinated. They were destined to guard Tianlan Manor and live out their lives in mediocrity. They were destined to be unable to experience the ups and downs of Su Yu's life. Little did they know that Su Yu had pursued such a peaceful life from the very beginning. "All right, I must hurry to the Dayu Empire. We will meet again someday." Su Yu finished the last cup of wine and bade farewell. "Dayu Empire?" The brother and sister were startled. Tian Jian asked tentatively, "May I ask if Big Brother Su is going there for the rain?" "Oh, you know about it too?" Su Yu was surprised. News travels fast. Tian Jian smiled bitterly. "How could the 2 of us have the ability to obtain information about the Dayu Empire? I accidentally discovered this information when I searched my second uncle's soul. Suyu sat down once again, looked at the siblings, and asked, "Do you also want to participate?" "No, no." Tian Rulan waved her hand. "In my second uncle's memory, the participants of the rain are all extremely powerful geniuses. How could we have the guts to participate?" Tian Jian said, "We know that it's not easy to participate in the rain, and we need a recommendation, right?" Suyu was slightly surprised. "Your second uncle is just a golden overlord, and he has no background. How could he know so much about it?" "Big brother Su, after my second uncle was banished, he was lucky enough to be taken in by a princess and became her guard. Although he wasn't put in an important position, he was well informed because he was in the depths of the imperial city. When he learned that my father passed away, he resigned from his guard position and returned to the Dust Sand civilization to occupy the Tianlan Manor." Tian Jian said with a smile, "Big brother Su, do you have a recommendation?" Originally, he did. The seventh princess of the Northern Du Kingdom was controlled by Zhu Ji. But now, Zhu Ji and the others must have escaped far away, and it was impossible to find them. "If not, we can help you." "You?" Suyu was surprised. "Is there any clue in your second uncle's memory?" "Yes," Tian Jian said. "My second uncle learned from secret information that someone is peddling recommendation letters everywhere. However, the price is very high, and he won't consider anything that can't move him." Suyu didn't find it strange at all. Everyone was greedy for the rain, and the ticket to enter was in the hands of a few people. So, it was reasonable for them to exchange benefits. "Is it credible?" Suyu was doubtful. It was a grand event that only happened once in tens of thousands of years, and many people would try to take advantage of it. "I don't know. My second uncle's influence is weak, and his financial resources are limited. So, he doesn't have the guts to participate." "Is that so?" After a moment of silence, Suyu said, "Okay, give me the details." Tian Rulan took out a jade scroll with a smile. "Here it is." It turned out that she had already prepared it. The brother and sister had expected that a dragon among men like Suyu would never settle for a small dust sand civilization, so they had prepared for it. "Thank you." Suyu held the jade scroll. Tian Rulan blushed. "Brother Su, you've helped us a lot, and we can't repay you. We're more than happy to be able to help you. If only Foreign Minister Li Changqing was here. He has been thinking about you," Tian Rulan said regretfully. "Li Changqing?" Suyu's eyes narrowed as he recalled something. He said, "That day at the ancient dream altar, when Li Changqing first met me, he said that someone had posted a reward for finding my whereabouts." "Where did Foreign Minister Li find out about the reward?" Tian Jian slapped his forehead. "I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. After we came back, we asked Li Changqing to pay attention to this matter. After some investigation, he finally remembered that it was in the Dayu Empire's imperial city. A year ago, Li Changqing left for the imperial city to investigate the person who posted the reward," Tian Rulan said. "Back then, I saw that Brother Su valued it a lot, so I wanted to repay your kindness by giving you the information as a gift. Unfortunately, I haven't heard from Li Changqing yet." "The imperial city?" Suyu asked. Coincidentally, the person who sold the Dao Rain entry qualification was also in the imperial city. It seemed that he had to go to the imperial city. After asking for Li Changqing's contact information, Suyu bid farewell to them. Looking at Suyu's departing back, Tian Rulan murmured, "Brother, we won't meet Brother Su again, will we?" Tian Jian sighed. "Yes, I don't think so. He is a fairy, and we are mortals on the ground. It will be difficult for us to meet again." Suyu stepped on the meteorite and left the dust sand civilization quickly. 1 month later, a small meteorite landed on the dust sand civilization. On the meteorite, the dead energy was overwhelming. A female corpse king with disheveled hair was exuding a cold and sharp aura. "Investigate the situation immediately." The 9 corpse kings behind her immediately flew in all directions to search for information. Before long, they all returned with grave expressions. "How is it? Is Suyu still there?" The female corpse king's voice was hoarse and cold. The undying boy sighed. Everything points to disaster. The emperor of the Dust Sand civilization has been captured, let alone the severely injured Su Yu. Moreover, with that young master's temper, Su Yu has most likely. She didn't continue, because the outcome was obvious. Su Yu had been erased from the world. Why? The only female corpse king in the world who cared about Su Yu's life was Zhu Ji. She knelt down in the dust and sand as if her last bit of strength had been sucked out. She clenched the dust and sand in her palm tightly, letting it flow through her fingers bit by bit. You have withered. Why am I still alive? Zhu Ji was no longer as radiant as before. Her face was haggard and pale. 20 days had passed since she had woken up. She had spared no effort to travel 10,000 miles because she was hoping for the last bit of luck. However, the heavens were merciless. She didn't get any favor. She couldn't even take a look at Su Yu's body. A wave of pitiful sorrow surrounded her. The corpse kings were silent. They could feel that Zhu Ji's heart had died. There was nothing sadder than a dead heart. Even though her cultivation was still there, she had lost the motivation to live. She could either return to the muddle-headed life of the corpse clan or die silently under the pressure of time. The undying boy paused for a moment and said, Su Yu, the corpse king left the hope of life to you. Did he want you to be depressed and degenerate? What you're doing is just making your enemies happy. However, Zhu Ji looked absent-minded. No words could move her. Zhu Ji, Su Yu is dead, but you are still alive. Don't you want to do something for him? The undying boy tried to persuade her. For example, those culprits are still free and unfettered. Zhu Ji clenched her palm suddenly, crushing the dust and sand in her palm and sending it flying in all directions. A cloud of dust and sand scattered in front of her eyes. Through the dust and sand, her absent-minded eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. My reason for living. Zhu Ji murmured. Her eyes were getting brighter and colder. I live like a vine, accompanying my husband through life and death, experiencing the reincarnation of the world, never regretting it. Zhu Ji said in a hoarse voice. I live like a vine, entangling my damned enemies in hell and torturing them forever. As she spoke, the intense hatred in her voice sent chills down the spine of the corpse kings. However, they all understood. The former was Zhu Ji's wish. The latter was another Zhu Ji's wish. One was a beautiful wish for her lover. The other was a twisted wish for revenge. Zhu Ji is dead, Zhu Ji is alive. Zhu Ji laughed, tears rolling down her cheeks. I should have known that the corpse clan lives for revenge. Love and affection have nothing to do with me. However, for the first time, the target of her revenge was clear. Sinful Lady Palace. Zhu Ji's hair was disheveled, and no one could see her expression clearly. Her words were extremely gruesome. I want you to pay with your blood. Her roar shook the world. The 9 corpse kings watched quietly. They saw with their own eyes that a bright and charming Zhu Ji had turned into a dark, malicious ghost. Chapter 1778. We'll follow you as well. Since the zombie horde has been annihilated and we have nowhere to go, we might as well give it a try. Zhu Ji spoke in a hoarse voice. All right, let's kill our way to the sinful Lady Palace. She jumped onto the meteorite but didn't activate it immediately. Instead, he shook his storage space and took out 3 ice coffins. If Su Yu was here, he would definitely be surprised. Of the 2 ice coffins, one contained Xia Jingyu and the other Shunga. Crack, the 3 ice coffins shattered, freeing them. Xia Jingyu and Sheng Ji opened their eyes and looked at the 9 corpse kings with different expressions. Shunga was on high alert, but Xia Jingyu was unperturbed. She was like an autumn lake under the bright sun, quiet and peaceful. You 2 are free. Zhu Ji looked up at the sky. Xia Jingyu asked, why did you let us go? Zhu Ji sighed. He's dead. There's no need to fight with you anymore. Everything is meaningless. Shunga was stunned. Xia Jingyu trembled slightly, and her bright eyes became misty. You're not lying to me, right? Xia Jingyu asked. Zhu Ji laughed hoarsely and did not reply. Silence was the best answer. He won't die, he won't. Xia Jingyu shook her head. He has died many times, but he has survived every single time. It's different this time. The sinful Lady Palace personally chased after him, but he didn't even leave behind an aura. Xia Jingyu closed her eyes and looked into the future. She was looking for Su Yu's fate. However, all he saw was nothingness. Such a situation could only happen to one kind of person. A dead man. Xia Jingyu trembled and staggered backward. Her tightly closed eyes were filled with tears. Brother Su Yu. She hugged herself tightly and slowly squatted down. Sheng Ji couldn't help but sob. Zhu Ji silently looked up at the sky, tears welling up in her eyes. After a long while, she choked with sobs and said, "We, the Corpse Clan, are born without memories, and we cherish our memories the most. Hence, I will let you go. When I die, if there is a next life, I hope that one of you can tell me that I loved a man named Su Yu in my previous life." Finishing his words, he closed his eyes. "Let's go." "Wait." Xia Jingyu slowly stood up. "I will go with you." "Where to?" "Goddess Clan." At this moment, Xia Jingyu was indescribably cold. "What for?" "Find a way to resurrect him," Xia Jingyu said. "The Goddess Clan is most proficient in heaven's will." Zhu Ji said, "What if after resurrection, they forget their past lives like I did?" Xia Jingyu said, "Then as you have said, please tell him that there was once a woman named Xia Jingyu who loved him." "All right, come on up, I will send you to the Goddess Clan." One of them begged for revenge. One begged for an afterlife. "Take me with you." Shunga caught up with Xia Jingyu. "I can verify it for you." Zhu Ji nodded. In the end, she cast her gaze towards the woman in the third ice coffin, the north-watching pearl. Being stared at by her, the north-gazing pearl couldn't help but tremble. She stared at her with a mixture of love and hate, and there was still a blush on her face. "What do you want to do?" The north-gazing pearl had a bad feeling. Zhu Ji stared at her. "Nothing much. I just want you to do something for the three of us." "What is it?" The north-gazing pearl asked weakly. "Remember him for us." Zhu Ji said, "If the three of us die, at least one of us will remember him forever until we die." After saying that, she covered the north-gazing pearl's head with her palm. Undying Boy was shocked. The Corpse King's curse. Every Corpse King could cast a curse once, and only once. The curse would accompany them for life until they died. The north-gazing pearl didn't feel much pain, and her body didn't change much after the curse was cast. She asked cautiously, "What did you do to me?" "You will know very soon, hey." Zhu Ji smiled mysteriously and steered the small meteor into the vast nothingness. The north-gazing pearl was left behind, looking uneasy. Not long after, the north-gazing pearl's face suddenly turned red, and her eyes became blurry. She was both expectant and shy. "Damn it, it's happening again." Her eyelashes fluttered, and she closed her eyes. A drunken dream that couldn't be realized in reality appeared in her mind. With a soft cry, she habitually catered to the strong male body, and tasted the forbidden pleasure. "Second brother, Pearl likes you very much." She swayed her body and said words of love. However, she didn't get any response. She opened her eyes shyly, and what she saw was not Bei Wangchen, who had been here for many days, but Su Yu. "Ah!" A scream pierced through the sky of the Dust Sand civilization. The north-gazing pearl woke up with a start, and she broke out in a cold sweat. "What's going on? Why is it him?" The north-gazing pearl hugged her arms in fear. Suddenly, she realized what was going on, and she said through gritted teeth, "Zhu Ji, your curse is actually..." It was to change the object of her love to Su Yu. What was more embarrassing was that the curse would accompany her for life, and it would happen from time to time. The north-gazing pearl was driven crazy by the thought that she would be trapped in a relationship with a strange man every once in a while. I won't let you get away with it." The north-gazing pearl screamed in the direction where Zhu Ji had left. Su Yu, who was completely unaware of this, was traveling in the vast nothingness with the little Kylin in his arms. Suddenly, Su Yu touched his chest and said with a frown, "It seems that there is a mysterious force probing me. Is it the sinful Lady Palace?" The little Kylin yawned. "Don't worry, with me by your side, the probing from too far away will appear in a state of nothingness, and you won't be discovered." Su Yu was relieved, and he hurried on with his journey. 1 month later, A splendid palace stood in the depths of the nothingness. The Dayu Empire. With his previous experience, Su Yu easily bribed the prosecutor who guarded the entrance with a considerable amount of resources, and successfully entered the imperial city. It seems that Bei Xin did not make my identity public. Su Yu looked back at the entrance and smiled. The only people who knew about the theft of the king tripod were the descendants of Bei Xin and the Union Saint Maiden. If it was strictly controlled, the news might not be leaked. This is convenient for me to do things. Su Yu followed the instructions of the Tianjian siblings and came to the imperial city's bounty shop. As the exclusive shop of the imperial city, it had a good reputation. Su Yu came to a remote counter and said, "I want to inquire about a bounty." The receptionist at the counter was a beautiful young girl. She nodded expressionlessly. "Sure, the inquiry is free. May I ask what information you are looking for?" Her attitude was cold, and there was no enthusiasm to speak of. As expected of the exclusive shop of the imperial family, even an ordinary maid could be neither servile nor overbearing in front of the glazed crystal overlord. 2 years ago, someone posted a bounty for a human named Su Yu. The maid took out a palm-sized crystal screen, and with a swipe of her fingertip, countless densely packed messages rolled on. In the blink of an eye, a dark red message appeared. "The bounty has been cancelled. You are late," the maid said lightly. "Cancelled?" After thinking for a moment, Su Yu said, "Did the person who posted the bounty leave any contact information?" "I'm sorry, no," the maid said. "In that case, it would be very difficult to know the person who posted the bounty. But..." The maid paused, and then said, "Recently, someone has reissued a bounty for a human named Su Yu, and left his contact information." Su Yu was surprised. "Who? Where do we meet?" "At the Beyond the Heavens faction, face to face," the maid said. "Give us the bounty, and we will inform the person for you." This was the way the bounty shop made money. They collected rewards from the person who posted the bounty, and also from the person who accepted the bounty. After handing over a portion of the resources, the young lady smiled. "Congratulations, my lord. In 3 days, the Beyond the Heavens faction will arrange for you to meet the person who posted the bounty." Su Yu was slightly expectant. Was the person who posted the bounty for Su Yu the same person both times? If so, who was it? The only thing he was sure of was that it must be someone from the Dao Tai cage. After leaving the bounty shop, Su Yu went straight to the slums of the imperial city. This place was occupied by all sorts of people, and it was full of opportunities and dangers. Today was no exception. However, compared to the slums of the past, it was much more lively recently. It was not only because of the various influences who coveted the Pathrain, but also because of the rumor that a mysterious person had appeared to sell the Pathrain qualification. Every 3 days, he would publicly auction a qualification somewhere in the slums. The participants flocked to it. Normally, unless one was invited by the 10 great kings or the imperial family, ordinary people were not qualified to enter the scope of the Pathrain. This shortcut naturally attracted countless people who had nowhere else to go. Su Yu followed the address provided by the Tianjian siblings and arrived at an ordinary house in the slums. The outside looked desolate and dilapidated, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. But it did not escape Su Yu's eyes. Using his transparent eye, he immediately discovered the existence of an illusory spell formation. With a thought, Su Yu stepped into the formation, and the scene in front of him immediately changed. In the spacious yard, there were 8 or 9 people either sitting or standing. Su Yu's entrance attracted many gazes and enmity. TSK. Another competitor. It's not easy to fight for a qualification. Su Yu turned a deaf ear to their discussions. Looking at the 9 people present, he slightly furrowed his brows. There were too few people. Tian Liu Dao's position in the imperial city was so low, yet he still knew about the Pathrain qualification. What about the higher-ups? Why were there only 8 or 9 people who came to bid? Clang! Almost as soon as Su Yu stepped in, a middle-aged man in a grey robe, dressed like a servant, entered. His sleeves were embroidered with strange symbols. His appearance immediately caused the 8 or 9 people present to become respectful. "May I ask when the auction will begin? We have all prepared our items." He was the auctioneer. Suyu's heart stirred. I am emissary number 81 sent by master. Please follow me to the real auction house. The real? Suyu's eyes flashed. May I ask if the locations of the auctions are different? The middle-aged man in the grey robe nodded. That's right. There are a total of 810 locations, and you are just one of them. Is that so? The people present suddenly understood. They had once wondered why there were so few people. So that was why. If there were 10 people in each location, there would be about 8,100 people, which was not a small number. Chapter 1779. Let's go too. The other 8 people followed, full of anticipation. The grey-robed middle-aged man took a secluded path, still shuttling through the slums. The further he went, the more deserted he became, until he reached a barren land. It's in front. When the slums behind them could no longer be seen, they had already left the borders of the imperial city. Not far away, an abandoned Taoist temple stood alone under the setting sun. Didn't you say there were 8,100 people? Someone questioned. The Taoist temple was cold and quiet. How did it look like there were 1,000 people? The grey-robed middle-aged man turned his back to them. He came to the front of the Taoist temple, took out a specially made spell flag, and stuck it in front of the door. Divine light fluctuated around the originally empty Daoist temple. The surrounding scenery gradually distorted, revealing a dazzling and bustling market. So it's a spell concealment. What a profound formation. I didn't sense any trace of a formation at all. From what I know, only one person in the Dayu Empire could set up a spell that could hide from the glazed crystal overlord. That is Emperor Wu Hen. It's unbelievable to ask this person to set up a spell. Who is the person who sold the entry pass for the Dao Reign? How could he be so generous? They had expected that the person who sold the entry pass must have an extraordinary status. But reality was more mysterious than they had expected. They even secretly guessed that it might be Emperor Wuhan himself. Follow me in. The grey-robed middle-aged man waited expressionlessly at the entrance of the market. The 8 of them regained their senses, their faces full of joy as they walked toward the market. What's wrong with you? The grey-robed middle-aged man glanced at Suyu, frowning. Everyone else moved, except for Suyu. Not only did he not walk over, but he turned to leave after a moment of silence. Stop. One more step and I'll give up, the grey-robed middle-aged man warned. Suyu did not turn his head. Then I'll give up. The 8 people present were baffled by his strange actions. It was not easy to get here. How could he give up now? The grey-robed middle-aged man was displeased. You can give up, but for the safety of the auction, I'm afraid you'll have to stay here until the auction ends. Suyu turned his head. What do you plan to do with me? The grey-robed middle-aged man was familiar with this matter. Simple, follow me in. There will be people watching over you. Suyu shook his head as he looked at the bustling city. I'm just afraid that once we enter, we won't be able to return, Suyu said. He swept his gaze over the 8 people. Let me remind all of you to choose carefully. This formation is able to set up a Taoist temple that we can't distinguish between real and fake. How do we know that the bustling scene in front of us isn't just a figment of the formation? Hearing this, the other 8 people were slightly startled. They looked at each other and simultaneously distanced themselves from the entrance of the bustling city. Any sane person could understand that Suyu's words were not unreasonable. The grey-robed middle-aged man sneered coldly. Do you think that there's a need to target a small overlord like you? The 8 of them fell into deep thought. What he said made sense. Could it be that they, mere overlords, would have to specially invite the world-renowned Emperor Traceless to set up a formation? That's true. Could it be that we have something that the mastermind covets? Brother, aren't you being too paranoid? Ignore him. Let's go and take a look first. 8,000 people are competing for the same spot. We need to understand the situation first. There's no time to waste. That makes sense. Let's go. The 8 of them reached an agreement and entered one after another. Suyu remained motionless. Perhaps what the grey-robed middle-aged man said made sense, but intuition told Suyu that things were not normal. At the same time as they entered, Suyu slowly retreated. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from within the city. And it wasn't just one, but several in a row. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. Several crystal overlords had been destroyed in a row. There must be a lot of danger. Without hesitation, Suyu immediately rushed forward. Stay here. The grey-robed middle-aged man suddenly lifted his grey robe and threw out several crystal overlords' talismans in succession. Suyu did not look back. With a backhand, he swept away the attack of the talismans with a blow of sword energy. The grey-robed middle-aged man was shocked. What a strong sword energy. This person is also a swordsmanship expert. As he spoke, the grey-robed middle-aged man shouted, Nanjia Buddha, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and attack. A loud and magnificent voice came from the entrance of the bustling city. Amitabha. As soon as the Buddhist chant entered his ears, Suyu immediately felt dizzy, and the divine power in his body flowed in an obscure manner. His body swayed, and Suyu fell straight to the ground. What a powerful soul attack! Suyu was secretly surprised. The strength of his soul now was no less than that of a half-heaven and earth divine warrior. Very few sound wave attacks below the divine warrior level could affect his soul. Turning his head, he saw a monk in a red kasaya with a compassionate face. He put his palms together and smiled at Suyu. The peak overlord of the Buddhist path? Benefactor, please stay, the monk in the kasaya said loudly, releasing an invisible soul attack. Suyu was on guard, so the impact was reduced a lot. Without changing his expression, he said, Stay? Fall into the trap like them? The monk in the kasaya looked the same, but the look in his eyes changed slightly. In his opinion, the crystal overlord should have fainted under the sound wave attack. But this person was not seriously injured, which was really strange. No, please listen to me, the monk in the kasaya said. An even more powerful soul attack came secretly. Suyu frowned slightly, turned around and walked away. With the strength of his body now, even if he walked, his speed was still extremely fast. Benefactor, turn back to the shore. The monk in the kasaya made a sign with his hands. The ground in front of him suddenly cracked open, and a huge canyon appeared. At the same time, the ground under his feet retreated. Suyu, who was moving forward, was forcefully pulled back. Moreover, the closer he got to the monk in the kasaya, the more his soul would be affected by the sound wave attack. Enough. Why did you force me to attack you? Suyu instantly used the demon stems from the heart. The monk in the kasaya, who had a compassionate smile on his face, suddenly stiffened. The Buddha's light in his body surged and condensed into a dark golden Buddha's shadow. At a level invisible to the naked eye, the Buddha's shadow was fighting against a ferocious demonic shadow. They were trying to prevent the demonic shadow from invading the monk's soul. Both of them were equally matched, and they were wearing each other down. However, the demon stems from the heart's illusory attack was just a side effect, as its true might came from the sword that followed. A majestic sword energy fell from the sky. The monk in the kasaya hurriedly threw out his kasaya, which was surprisingly a protective treasure robe. Clang! The treasure robe sank and caught the sword energy, but it became much dimmer. However, when the first sword strike had just ended, another one came. The monk in the kasaya's expression became grave. He grabbed the Buddhist beads on his neck, grabbed 9 of them, and threw them out. Puff! 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 The Buddhist beads were destroyed by the sword energy, and the remaining sword energy cut through the kasaya and sent it flying. Before the monk in the kasaya could catch his breath, he was faced with another sword strike. Mister, please wait, the monk in the kasaya said. The middle-aged man in the grey robe was also shocked. He immediately took out a golden scroll and threw it out. The scroll unfolded in the air, and strange words flew out, forming a light screen in front of the monk in the kasaya's body. The sword energy swept over and pressed down on the light screen, but it managed to block it completely. Suyu was slightly surprised. His sword strike was far more powerful than before, and even a peak overlord might not be able to block it completely. However, this light screen blocked it easily. It was definitely not an ordinary object. Senior, please show mercy. Let me explain. The middle-aged man in the grey robe hurriedly walked over and helped the monk in the kasaya up. He was wary of Su Yu, and his expression was solemn. He was no longer as indifferent as before. Explain what? Su Yu gathered his divine energy and was about to wave his sword again. The middle-aged man in the grey robe's scalp went numb, and he did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly said, "Senior, you have misunderstood. Please take a look." He took out another formation flag, and the scene at the entrance of the downtown area was immediately shattered. Sure enough, it was also an illusion formed by the formation. The downtown area disappeared, and was replaced by the same desolation as the surroundings. There were 8 unconscious people lying on the ground. They were the 8 people who had just entered. However, they had no injuries on their bodies, and they were merely trapped in some kind of illusion. "What are you trying to say?" Su Yu asked calmly. The middle-aged man in the grey robe bowed respectfully. "As you said, the formation is a fake place, but we have no evil intentions. We were ordered by Princess Yu Chen to select the candidates for the Dao Reign's entrance. This scroll is a letter written by Princess Yu Chen herself." As he waved his hand, the words reassembled into a complete article. At the same time, he took out a jade pendant, which had a special brand on it. It was the words Yu Chen. "This is Princess Yu Chen's token. The authenticity of this item can be verified by any royal institution in the imperial city." Su Yu was sure that it was real after a quick glance. The brand contained a very familiar aura of the nation's destiny, which was the tinder. Apart from the royal family and kings, ordinary people could not touch the nation's destiny, let alone be refined into an artifact. So, the so-called sale of the Dao Reign's entrance qualification was just a bait. The middle-aged man in the grey robe nodded. "Exactly. Princess Yu Chen hopes to use this method to quickly gather a group of overlord-level top-notch fighters. That's why she spread the news." "Then, are there really more than 810 gathering points like this?" Su Yu asked again. "That is true, but there are probably no more than 10 people who could pass the test like you did," the middle-aged man in the grey robe said. "Princess Yu Chen hopes to select people who not only have a powerful cultivation base, but also have a smart mind and a calm mind. They must not be impulsive for the sake of immediate benefits." The 8 people who had fallen had been blinded by the Dao Reign's entrance qualification. Hence, they had not thought things through calmly and were eliminated. Su Yu put away his Azura sword and shook his head lightly. "Then I'm sorry. I am not interested in serving Princess Yu Chen." He had come to the Dayu Empire only to obtain the Dao Reign's entrance qualification. Since he did not have it, the selection had nothing to do with him. The middle-aged man in the grey robe smiled knowingly. "Haha, do you think that Princess Yu Chen will disappoint the people who are selected after spending so much money? If you are selected by Princess Yu Chen, not to mention the Dao Reign's entrance qualification, we can even give you the second-grade entrance qualification. That is a treatment that many princes can enjoy." Chapter 1780. As if he understood what Su Yu was thinking, the middle-aged man in the grey robe said, "The Dao Reign is scattered, dense, and sparse. Dense areas can naturally withstand more Dao Reign, while sparse areas can withstand less. Our empire's diviners have specifically calculated the specific situation when the Dao Reign falls and divided it into 4 classes according to the amount of Dao Reign that will fall. Among them, the first class is exclusive to the members of the Eastern royal family, and outsiders are not qualified to enjoy it. The second class is for the 10 great kings and the contributors of the Heaven list. The third class is for the contributors of the Earth list, and the fourth class is for the contributors of the Xian list." Was it related to the contribution list? Su Yu's eyes lit up. The second class was supposed to be enjoyed by the contributors of the Heaven list, but Princess Rukan could also find a way to make an exception for her people. This princess was quite influential in the empire. "Can you tell me why the princess has selected us?" Su Yu asked. Princess Rukan had spent so much effort to secretly select the best from all sides, and she had even given such an amazing reward as the second class. Surely she had some ulterior motive? "We are just following orders. You will only know if you go there," the middle-aged man in the grey robe said. He added in his heart, "Even if you go there, you may not know. Out of the 10 candidates, only one could meet the princess's requirements. After a moment of contemplation, Suyu nodded. Lead the way. Let's hear what she wants first. The middle-aged man in the grey robe was overjoyed. To be able to find a suitable candidate among the 810 assembly points was a great stroke of luck. He could already imagine the various rewards that Princess Rukan was about to bestow. Senior, please. The middle-aged man in the grey robe eagerly led the way, leaving behind those who had been eliminated unconscious, lying on the desolate border. Nanjia Buddha pulled out a few hidden flags from the ground and quickly caught up with Suyu and the middle-aged man in the grey robe. After a long moment of contemplation, Nanjia Buddha approached Suyu and said, I am Nanjia Buddha. Please forgive me if I offended you just now. It's okay. Suyu brushed it off lightly, stared at Nanjia Buddha, and said, Master, please speak your mind. He could see from Nanjia Buddha's eyes that he seemed to have something to say. After bowing, Nanjia Buddha said, Then please forgive me for being straightforward. I see that you have cultivated the demon sword technique of the demon prison civilization. May I ask where you came from? Suyu's eyes flickered. He had cultivated the legacy of the ancient god realm's demon sword emperor. Could it be that the demon sword sovereign was like the grand pure sovereign, a sovereign of heaven and earth who accidentally fell into the ancient god realm? Although he was surprised, Suyu's expression was as calm as ever, and there was nothing unusual about it. Master, is your question related to this selection? Suyu asked. Buddha Nanjia shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'm just curious. If you don't want to answer, I won't force you. However, from what I can see, your demon sword technique is somewhat extraordinary. It doesn't seem like an ordinary demon sword technique. Oh. Had he seen anyone else use the demonic sword technique? As for the unusualness, the 9 forms of the demon sword were indeed more astonishing than the previous. When he cultivated it to the peak, Demon Sword Limitless used a wooden sword to injure the sinful girl. Master, you praise me too much. It's just an ordinary demonic sword technique. Buddha Nanjia smiled. This penniless monk is just curious because Princess Rukan also has a sword arts expert from the fiendish prison civilization under her command. Suyu's heart jumped. Oh. What's his strength like? Suyu asked. Buddha Nanjia said, his sword arts might not be as profound as yours, but his cultivation is higher, so, Suyu was inferior to that demonic expert. Suyu smiled without saying anything. He had only exerted 30% of his strength just now. However, Buddha Nanjia's strength was not to be underestimated. Perhaps it was because of the restraining effect of the demonic faction's power, but he was able to fight evenly with Suyu. If it had been an ordinary peak overlord, he would have been killed by Suyu's sword. This person must have some influence under Princess Rukan's command. Emperor Dongfang Xia of the Dayu Empire had 6 children, 5 sons and 2 daughters. The 5 princes were vying for the throne, and Princess Rukan was no exception. Although she was a woman, she hoped to become the first empress of the Dayu Empire. She had many talents and experts under her command. The renowned formation master, Sovereign Wuhan, was one of Princess Rukan's pillars of strength. However, compared to her brother, the crown prince, Dongfang Yuliang, he was still a long way off. On the surface, there were as many as 9 divine warriors of heaven and earth who supported Dongfang Yuliang, including 3 kings and 1 divine warrior of heaven and earth. It could be said that 30% of the power of the Dayu Empire supported the crown prince's ascension to the throne. His influence was so great that the other princes and princesses could only look up to him. At least, Princess Rukan did not have the full support of even one of the kings. It would be very difficult for her to fight for the throne. That restaurant is where the princess entertains you. The grey-robed middle-aged man did not lead him into the palace, but to a luxurious restaurant in the middle of the bustling city. Suyu glanced at the signboard, and his expression became slightly strange. The Beyond the Heavens sect. Wasn't that the place where they agreed to meet the person who put a bounty on Suyu's head? How could it be such a coincidence? Suyu followed the grey-robed middle-aged man into the backyard of the restaurant with a hint of surprise. In the quiet backyard, 8 strong men of different shapes and sizes were scattered in the courtyard. Each of them exuded the aura of a peak overlord, and one of them, an enchanting woman, was particularly eye-catching. Not only was she beautiful and dignified, but she was also gentle and pleasant, giving off a girl-next-door vibe. What was even more eye-catching was her cultivation, which stood out from the rest. Half a divine warrior of heaven and earth. Su Yu's pupils shrank slightly. He believed that the 8 people in front of him, like Su Yu, were all secretly recruited candidates. Glazed crystal overlord? What a lucky guy. Su Yu's arrival naturally attracted attention. It was inevitable that people would be suspicious if he arrived here with such a low cultivation. It seems that even if I am eliminated, it won't be too embarrassing. There will always be someone at the bottom. The person who spoke glanced sideways at the half a divine warrior of heaven and earth, his brows slightly relaxed. This woman gave them a great deal of pressure. Su Yu stood quietly in the corner, slowly closed his eyes, and waited. As he closed his eyes, he suddenly felt a pair of sharp eyes attacking him. Su Yu was so shocked that he opened his eyes abruptly. But the eyes were extremely sharp, and he immediately retracted them. When Su Yu glanced over, he could no longer see the source of the gaze. Who is it? It would have been fine if the gaze was just probing, but it was filled with deep murderous intent and hatred. It was exceptionally fierce. Had he unintentionally provoked one of the 8 people present? But after a careful glance, Su Yu had not seen any of them before, which made him feel a little wary. Congratulations to everyone for reaching this step. A deep demonic voice floated into everyone's ears, sending chills down their spines. In the center of the small courtyard, a large amount of demonic energy suddenly sprang up and converged into a human figure. A mysterious man wrapped in demonic energy appeared in front of him. Su Yu's heart moved slightly. Could he be the demon prison swordmaster that Nanjia Buddha mentioned? As soon as this person appeared, he gave off an unusually strong pressure. Except for the young woman who was half a divine warrior of heaven and earth, the rest of the people felt the pressure and involuntarily surged with divine power to resist the oppression. I am the 108th general under Princess Rukan, Mo Xin. The breath of the half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth was released like a waterfall. Among the 9 of you, only one can become the final person selected by the princess. The rest will be eliminated. On the way, they had already received the news from the guide, so they were not surprised. Excuse me, how do we select the final candidate from among us? Someone asked. Mo Xin laughed hoarsely. It's very simple. I will give you 10 days to hunt down the sinners on the Dayu Empire's wanted list. The one with the highest ranking will be recognized by the princess. Everyone frowned. The sinners on the Dayu Empire's wanted list were all notorious figures. Su Yu was no stranger to this. When he first came to the Dayu Empire, he was given the head of Evil Wolf, a sinner who was ranked 100 on the wanted list by the north-facing Pearl. Evil Wolf was only ranked 100, but he had the terrible strength of a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth. He had even escaped the joint pursuit of the divine warriors of heaven and earth many times. He was extremely difficult to deal with. The sinner who ranks first is a sinner, and the sinner who ranks 10,000 is also a sinner. Is there no minimum limit? Mo Xin laughed. Of course there is, but the lowest ranking must be within the top 100. What? The 9 people present all frowned. Even the divine warriors of heaven and earth might not be able to kill the sinners in the top 100, let alone them. What puzzled them even more was that very few of the top 100 sinners were ostentatious, and there were very few traces of them. Many of them had not been heard from for thousands of years. How could they find the top 100 sinners in just 10 days? As a reference, I can reveal 2 pieces of the latest news to you. Mo Xin's demonic energy surged, and 9 small clouds of demonic mist shot towards the 9 people. Everyone, including the half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth woman, caught them cautiously and carefully, peeled off the demonic mist, and searched for what was inside. Su Yu, who had the lowest cultivation, directly grabbed the demonic mist and swallowed it. If you swallow it directly, you can extract the information inside. As Mo Xin spoke, he noticed that Su Yu had swallowed it on his own initiative. He couldn't help but be surprised. Hey! You know this is the demon heart's message? Only the demon race knew the correct way to use the demonic mist. Su Yu smiled and did not answer. Instead, he calmed his mind and felt the information. The content of the message was not surprising. There were only 2 traces of the top 100 sinners. One of them was the demon girl, who was ranked 98th. Her attainments in the use of poison had reached the peak. She had once slaughtered the bloodline descendants of an entire king, causing the descendants of the king to be cut off. It was a shocking case. He was so famous that he was only stronger than Evil Wolf in the past. The last news of the demon girl's appearance was 300 years ago. At that time, she was already a half-step divine warrior of heaven and earth. No one knew what her cultivation was like when she appeared 300 years later. If hunting her was difficult, then the other one was almost impossible. Huan Yu Langjun, who was ranked 83rd, had been on the wanted list for thousands of years. He broke into the palace with his own strength and kidnapped the king's 3 concubines, which caused a sensation in the entire Dayu Empire. Even Dongfang Xia was furious and personally issued an order to hunt down Huan Yu Langjun. However, like a stone sinking into the sea, he never showed up again. At that time, he was able to face 3 divine warriors of heaven and earth alone with ease. He laughed and left with the 3 concubines. Some people speculated that he was a divine warrior of heaven and earth at that time,